Chapter 798. Yang Fan knew that the mayor of a village or town in this kind of place was usually the one with the most power and the wealthiest family in the area. Therefore, he had already guessed that this Li Zheng's house must be the largest. Therefore, his eyes only stared at him. Unexpectedly, Liang Lizheng looked at them and said, "Do you want to stay in this village? There are so many of you. If you want to stay in this village, only Master Liang's house can afford such a big place." Yang Fan asked curiously, "Why isn't Liang Lizheng's house the largest in this village?" Liang Lizheng said, 80% of the people in this village have the surname Liang. If you want to talk about the biggest family, it has to be Master Liang's house. Master Liang is an official in the capital, and he is the head of the Ministry of Justice. Because this is the ancestral home of Master Liang's family, they built a big house here. But no one usually lives here, so they let a few old people take care of it. Yang Fan thought for a while and vaguely remembered that there was a head of the Ministry of Justice with the surname Liang. When he was in the Ministry of Justice, he used to send gifts to his house during the New Year. Unexpectedly, he came to his hometown today. Yang Fan said, "If that's the case, can I trouble Liang Lizheng to mediate and let us stay here?" With that, Yang Fan took a step forward and stuffed a pile of copper coins into Liang Lizheng's hand. Liang Lizheng took the money and a smile immediately appeared on his face. He replied straightforwardly, "All right, come with me." Liang Lizheng turned around and led the way. He scolded the children who followed to watch the fun. The old house of the head of the Ministry of Justice was near the hillside at the end of the village. The manor covered a large part of the hillside. There were fruit trees on the hillside, and there was a house at the foot of the hill. There were white walls, green tiles, and pavilions. Compared with most of the simple houses in this small mountain village, it had a dignified air of a big family. Such a large courtyard was only renovated because it was an ancestral residence. The Liang family didn't stay here, so there was always a type of desolate feeling. One could see weeds growing on the walls, swaying in the wind. There were no other residences around the Liang family's house. The other residences were at least a few feet away from the Liang family's high wall. The floor was tidy, and there was a screen wall and a hitching post in front of the main entrance of the house. Green bricks covered the ground, but there were large patches of moss on the green brick floor, the bottom of the screen wall, and the hitching post. The 2 strings of red lanterns hanging under the lintel of the door had lost half of their color and were somewhat white. If they came here at night, they would feel like they had entered a haunted house. Yang Fan was very satisfied with this place. It was good to have a secluded place. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. Liang Lizheng grabbed the door knocker and knocked hard. The knocker was already rusty. It was probably because there was no door in the front yard. Liang Lizheng knocked hard for a long time before the person inside heard an old voice shouting, "Stop knocking, I heard you." After a while, with a creak, the corner door on the main door opened. An old face peeked out from inside. The face was gloomy, looking outside coldly. Liang Lizheng did not dare to put on airs in front of this family, even if it was just an old steward of the Liang family. Liang Lizheng nodded and bowed. "Steward Qiao, how are you? What's the matter?" The wrinkles on Steward Qiao's face seemed to be carved by a knife. It did not change even a little because of Liang Lizheng's politeness. His voice was also very hoarse, revealing a sense of impatience. "It's like this." Liang Lizheng told him the purpose of Yang Fan's visit. He smiled and said, "Old steward, what do you think?" Yang Fan took a step forward at the right time and cupped his hands. "Greetings, old steward. We are going to pass by the capital through Crouching Bull Mountain. It's getting late, so we would like to stay in your residence for the night. I hope old steward can accommodate us." Liang Lizheng immediately whispered, "They are willing to pay. I thought that the house in this residence would be empty anyway, so I brought it here. Old steward, what do you think?" The old steward's pair of muddy old eyes looked at Yang Fan from head to toe, then looked at the group of people behind. Li Guo had already jumped off the carriage. She was wearing a maidservant's outfit. She tilted her neck and looked curiously at the black plaque on the lintel. The old steward seemed to have seen that there were women accompanying them. He let out a soft humph and said, "Wait here." The old steward slammed the corner door. After a while, the main door opened. It was probably because the main door had not been opened for a long time. When it opened, there was a creaking sound of friction. The old steward stood at the threshold with a sullen face. He shook his head and said, "Come in." Then he put his hands behind his back and walked forward with his back bent. As Yang Fan led the horse through the door, the old steward said coldly, "There are not many people in the house. Including the old man, there are only 5 of us. We didn't prepare so much food. There is a stove, so you can cook the food yourself." Li Guo had just followed them in, but when she heard this, she said angrily, "Why is this person?" Yang Fan grabbed her and shook his head gently. Then he said to the old man with a smile, "Yes, I am already very grateful to be able to stay in your residence for the night. I will give you my thanks once I have settled down." The Liang residence really had a lot of houses. It was unknown if Steward Liang had the mentality of returning home in glory, or if his relatives and friends would come every year when he returned home to worship his ancestors. So the main house had built many houses. Not to mention that there were only about 20 people in Yang Fan's group. Even if there were 2 or 3 times more people, it would still be more than enough. Steward Liang arranged for them to stay in the east courtyard. He instructed them not to wander around the Liang residence before he left with a sullen face. Not long after, the Liang residence's manservant brought bedding for Yang Fan and the others. Although the bedding was not new, it was often hung out in the sun, so it did not feel moist. Dinner naturally had to be prepared by themselves. Fortunately, nearly half of the group were women. Although they were all heroines who wielded knives and spears, at least 8 out of 10 of them knew how to do needlework and cook. This was because they were going to get married sooner or later, and these were the basic skills of being a wife. Even if they were the young madams of wealthy families, if they didn't know how to cook, they would still be criticized by their in-laws. The group was tired from the long journey, and the lights in the Liang residence were not very bright. After eating dinner, many of them chose to sleep early. The Prince of Luling, Li Xian, had not slept well on the journey. Usually, he would either sleep in the carriage or in the suburbs. Today, he finally had a good night's sleep and had fallen asleep early. As the person in charge of the group, Yang Fan was in charge of everything, such as leading the way and arranging the troops. He had to spend more energy than the others, and his body was not made of iron, so how could he not feel tired? However, even though this was a remote mountain village and it should be extremely safe, he still arranged the defense first. The Prince of Luling was the only focus of their protection. Usually, Yang Fan was responsible for the entire group, while Huang Xuchang and Su Liang were responsible for the Prince of Luling's personal safety. They had never left his side, and it was the same now. The Prince of Luling and Li Guo lived in the bedroom on the left and right respectively. The 2 of them slept in the central room in the middle, and were on duty for half the night. Yang Fan did not dare to go too far. His and Gao Ying's residences were in the front and back of the Prince of Luling's residence. Once everyone was asleep, there would be guards watching from the roof. After arranging everything, Yang Fan dragged his exhausted body back to his own bedroom. Without even lighting the lamp, he tossed his saber on the bedside and then himself onto the bed. Yang Fan let out a long breath and lightly stretched his body, only to feel a slight ache in his bones. Closing his eyes, he lazily reached to his waist and fumbled for his belt. Just as he was about to take off his outer clothes, his lazy movements suddenly became as fast as a ghost. With a single stretch, he grabbed the saber by his pillow and shot toward the window like an arrow. It was close to the beginning of summer and the weather was not cold. Since Yang Fan wanted to monitor the situation in the Prince of Luling's residence, he had left the window open. At this moment, a person was quietly climbing in through the window. When Yang Fan looked over, the sharp look in his eyes instantly disappeared and his grip on the scabbard loosened. A person was climbing in through the window. This person had a graceful figure and a slender waist. Even in the darkness of the night, one could see the soft and beautiful figure characteristic of a woman. Other than Liguor, who else could it be? Like a cat that had stolen a fish, Liguor quietly climbed in and closed the window. Turning around, Yang Fan got down from the bed and lit the lantern. As soon as the lantern was lit, it quickly illuminated the small room. Liguor's legs were slightly tilted to the side as she sat on the couch in a delicate posture, smiling at him. Under the light, her jade-like skin faintly glowed red, like a blooming peach blossom. The dimples on her jade-like face were so pretty that they were almost transparent. People often said that a beauty under the light of a lantern would add some color to it. Looking at such a jade-like girl right now, she was truly radiating light, her complexion illuminating. She had just taken a bath, so her lustrous black hair was tied into a loose knot. She wore a soft and close-fitting jade-green dress, and her waist was rather slender. All sorts of emotions and allure were hidden deep in her bones. Yang Fan couldn't help but inwardly sigh in admiration. This so-called natural beauty was truly different from the masses. Otherwise, how could a girl of such a young age have such a romantic charm when walking, sitting, or lying down? Yang Fan's face darkened as he asked, "What are you doing here?" Liguor untied her hair, allowing it to cascade down like a waterfall. Her beautiful hair draped over her shoulders, and her complexion seemed to be illuminated by the light, instantly revealing a graceful charm that would brighten anyone's eyes. Only then did Liguor give him an enchanting smile and pout coquettishly, "You're so fierce. What's wrong? You're going to deny it after eating me clean?" With a straight face, Yang Fan said, "The one I ate was a village girl, not a princess of the court. Making the same mistake once is enough. I won't make it a second time." Liguor's thin eyebrows gently raised, and she said seductively, "Brother Fan, once is enough to kill you." Yang Fan smiled, "Is that so? Then, princess, if we can safely return to the capital, we'll soon have to call you princess. I don't know if your highness, an unmarried girl, dares to publicize this matter?" Liguor suddenly choked. Even if her father became the crown prince, as long as Wu Zetian didn't die, their family would still have to tuck their tails between their legs. Who would dare to be insolent? Even if Wu Zetian died and her father successfully ascended the throne as the emperor, would the daughter of the emperor dare to publicize such a scandal to the public? Did she not want the dignity of the royal family? With this question, Yang Fan had grasped her Achilles' heel. Liguor puffed up her cheeks in anger, and her seductive and enchanting expression was immediately replaced by a kind of cute childishness. Outside the courtyard, Gu Zhuting tightly held onto her sword as she hurried from the direction of the kitchen to Yang Fan's residence. Chapter 799. "I don't want to talk to you anymore, it's so boring." Liguor was speechless. She angrily turned her back to him. Her clothes were soft and her sitting posture was charming. Her buttocks were slightly rounder than a peach. Because of the astonishingly thin waist, Xiao Tao also appeared to be more plump, highlighting the great impact. Yang Fan inadvertently frowned and said, "We've been rushing here and there, we're all tired." "Aren't you tired? Why aren't you going back to your room to rest? Why are you sitting here?" Liguor looked back in shock and said, "You really want to chase me away?" Yang Fan was displeased and said, "Are you planning to do something so close to your father's bed and under heavy security?" Liguor seemed to be a little confused. Her big eyes blinked and she suddenly burst out laughing. She blushed and bit her lower lip. She glared at Yang Fan and said shyly, "Hey! You're thinking so dirty. I've only been traveling with you, but it's rare for me to talk to you. I miss you. What are you thinking about?" She gently lowered her head and twirled a lock of soft black hair around her slender white fingers. She then gently untied it and twirled it again. She faintly said, No matter what you think, I've given my body to you. Maybe I wanted to have someone to rely on for the rest of my life, but it's still because I like you. I don't care if you're a princess or a princess. Anyway, you're my man now. No one can change that." Yang Fan listened to her and felt a headache coming on. He could only half-heartedly say, "We don't even know if we can return to the capital city safely. It's too far to talk about this. Princess, please go back to your room and rest. We'll be entering Crouching Bull Mountain tomorrow morning. The journey will be even more difficult." "I'm not afraid." Li Guo pursed her lips and smiled gently. "Commander Huang said that you're the most capable person. I've seen it with my own eyes along the way. I know you'll protect me, right? As long as you're willing to protect me, no one in the world can hurt me." Yang Fan replied impatiently, "You flatter me, Your Highness. There is a limit to one's strength. I'm just doing my best and leaving the rest to fate." Li Guo rolled her eyes and said sweetly, "Are you talking about Tianming? I think it's destiny to make you my man, to let me rely on you, to let you protect me. This is our destiny, don't you think so?" Bang bang bang. Hurried knocks came from the outer hall, followed by Gu Zhuting's voice, "Ah Lang, Ah Lang." Yang Fan was startled and asked in a loud voice, "What is it?" Gu Zhuting said, "I've found something strange and would like to report it to Ah Lang. Please wait a moment." Yang Fan gave Li Guo a look and said in a low voice, "Still not leaving?" Li Guo stuck out her tongue and said in a sweet and innocent voice, "I know." She crawled to the back window, bent one leg, and turned to Yang Fan and whispered, "Look, I've never made things difficult for you. I've been so good to you, so you must be good to me." Her smile was as sweet as honey, but Yang Fan couldn't help thinking of the cat she used to raise. Yang Fan watched her climb out of the window, made a face at him, and walked away giggling. Only then did he lower his head to look at his attire. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, he walked to the outer hall and unlatched the door. As soon as the door opened, Gu Zhuting flashed in. She turned her head to look outside, and then quickly closed the door. She was still dressed in men's clothes, with two small mustaches above her lips. In the eyes of Yang Fan, who was familiar with her real face, the two small mustaches and her beautiful eyes looked extremely ridiculous. But Gu Zhuting looked solemn and nervous. "Ah Lang, we found something strange when we were cleaning the kitchen just now." Yang Fan's heart tightened and he said cautiously, "Let's go to the room and talk." Yang Fan led Gu Zhuting into the room and sat down. He moved the lamp in front of them and asked, "What did you find strange?" Gu Zhuting said, "We've prepared some food, so we ate in the kitchen and boiled some hot water. We want to take a bath." Women loved cleanliness. They hadn't had a good rest during the journey, let alone a bath. Now that they had such a rare opportunity, they naturally wanted to boil some water and take a bath. Yang Fan nodded to show his understanding. Gu Zhuting said, "The bathroom is in the firewood room next to the kitchen. The girls take turns to take a bath while I light the fire in the kitchen. By the time everyone finished their dinner and returned their plates, half of them still hadn't taken a bath. I think the owner of this place doesn't welcome us. Since we have nothing to do, we might as well wash the dishes so that we don't attract any attention." Gu Zhuting's words had always been concise and clear. He didn't expect that after having a heart-to-heart talk with him that night, she would gradually develop into a chatterbox. Yang Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. But he also knew that Gu Zhuting just wanted to explain the cause and effect of the matter. Since she still had the time to talk about the cause and effect, it was not urgent no matter how important the matter was. Fortunately, Gu Zhuting only said a few words before she got to the point. "When I wanted to clean up the dishes, I was surprised to find that there were a few large buckets under the kitchen that were filled with unwashed dishes. Some were filled with vegetable juice, some with leftover rice, and they were all very fresh. Judging from the number of dishes, it was at least enough to feed twice the number of people we have." Yang Fan was startled and immediately remembered the words of the old steward of the Liang residence. There were a total of 5 people in the residence, including him. Yang Fan's face immediately darkened. Gu Zhuting said, "I just noticed the bucket of swill. There was more than half a bucket of swill inside. This family raised pigs. If it wasn't for the fact that there was too much swill in one go and the pigs couldn't eat it, there wouldn't be so much left in the bucket." Gu Zhuting concluded word by word, that old steward was lying. There are more than 5 people in this family. It is possible that there are 50 people in this family. Yang Fan slowly paced a few steps in the room and slowly stood up. His eyes flickered as he said, "Perhaps that old steward wasn't lying but wanted to tell us something. That's why he wanted us to cook for ourselves." Gu Zhuting understood immediately. Her eyes shrunk as she said in a low voice, "Lang is saying that someone entered the residence one step ahead of us and took control of the people in this residence?" Yang Fan said, "Judging from the villagers' strange expressions when they saw us, these people didn't come to the village openly. It is very possible that they took advantage of the night to sneak into the Liang residence from the other side of the hill and took control of the people in the residence." Gu Zhuting said, "There is only an empty residence here and they can't move away. Why would bandits and robbers have designs on this place? Even if they had designs on this place, they should have left after stealing the things. Why would they still stay in the residence?" Yang Fan nodded slowly and forcefully. He said in a low voice, "That's right. They are coming for us." Yang Fan suddenly turned around and said to Gu Zhuting, "At least half of us are still awake. They won't make any moves. Go back immediately and tell those ladies who are waiting to bathe that everything is normal. Don't alert them. Tell those ladies who are returning after bathing to be more vigilant. I will inform the others." Gu Zhuting nodded and immediately left in a flash. Outside the room, she subconsciously sniffed, her expression somewhat gloomy. Just now, she had faintly smelled a faint fragrance in the room. That was definitely not the fragrance of flowers, but the faint fragrance of a woman. There was no mistaking it. Gu Zhuting unexpectedly thought of that cunning little demoness who made her involuntarily wary. "I've been loitering around in front of you all day, but you don't even look me in the eye. You just have to be infatuated with that demoness. That's a princess of the current dynasty. Don't you even want your head anymore? You really are a scoundrel, AI." Yang Fan sat quietly under the lantern for a long time, his expression changing unpredictably. Looking at his distant eyes, he was clearly not thinking about the crisis at hand. What was he thinking? After thinking hard for a long time, Yang Fan finally stood up. Grabbing his saber and stabbing it into the sheath at his waist, he quickly walked out. Huang Xuchang and Su Liang, the 2 marshals of the 100 Cavalry Brigade, were currently half lying on the bedding and chatting. They were sleeping in the central room outside the Prince of Luling's bedroom. There was no bed here, but there was a Luohan bed behind the screen. Usually, family members would sit cross-legged and chat, or close friends would sleep here. The 2 of them had taken out the Luohan bed and used it as a bed, but with 2 people squeezing on it, it was somewhat difficult to turn around. When it was time to rest, only one of them could rest while the other had to lead the night shift. Because there were still many people who had not slept yet, they temporarily did not need to go out on patrol, so they lay down to rest. The one who had to lead the night shift tonight was Huang Xuchang. When they were in the palace, they often did night shifts, so even though they were somewhat tired, they were still much more energetic than the average person. The door opened and Yang Fan quickly walked in, his hand on his saber and his expression cold. Huang Xuchang and Su Liang couldn't help but sit up in surprise and say, "Captain." Yang Fan waved his hand, not letting the 2 of them speak. He quickly walked up to their bed and reported Gu Zhuting's discovery in a low voice. The 2 of them immediately tensed up. Yang Fan sneered, "I'm afraid we won't be able to sleep well tonight, but since we've already discovered something wrong, they'll be the unlucky ones." "You too." Yang Fan lowered his voice and whispered to them, to which the two of them repeatedly nodded. Huang Xuchang said, "I'll go inform everyone right away." "Wait." Yang Fan flipped his palm and placed it on his shoulder. After a moment of thought, he said, "There's no rush. It's fine as long as you know what's going on. As for the specific arrangements, once everyone has returned, you can use the patrol to inform them one by one. At the same time, tell them to keep to their posts and not to move around without permission." Su Liang was curious. "Why didn't we make the arrangements earlier?" Yang Fan's gaze flickered and he slowly said, "Since the first time we were ambushed at Laohiku, every time we safely passed through an important road, we would definitely be ambushed at the next one. Don't you find it strange?" Huang Xuchang and Su Liang looked at each other, their expressions suddenly changing. Yang Fan continued, "This mountain village is extremely remote, but they actually set up an ambush here in advance. If they made the same arrangements at every possible road we might pass through, think about it, how many people would they need? If they only made the arrangements at this place, then how did they know we were going to pass through here?" Huang Xuchang's eyes widened, his beard and hair like halberds. He gritted his teeth and said, "There's a traitor?" Chapter 800. Su Liang was shocked. Who could the traitor be? It must be someone from the inner guard. Women are the most unreliable. Huang Xuchang was a member of 100 Cavalry, so he had an instinctive trust and protection for them. He hurriedly said, "That's right, it must be someone from the inner guard. We 100 Cavalry are all brothers who have gone through life and death together. If the traitor causes the death of the Prince of Luling, then all of us brothers will die. No one would harm their own brothers like this." Yang Fan slowly said, "I still don't know who the traitor is. Before we can confirm who the traitor is, everyone is suspicious. You and I must not let our first impressions be the strongest, or it will only blind our eyes." Huang Xuchang and Su Liang slowly woke up from their excitement and agreed. Yang Fan solemnly said, "We'll deal with tonight's matter first. The most important thing we have to do next is to ferret out the traitor. Otherwise, we won't be able to return to the capital alive. The further north we go, the more dangerous it will become. So from now on, I'll only tell the most trustworthy people about our actions." Su Liang curiously asked, "Since you've already sensed the traitor, how can you be so sure that the two of us are trustworthy?" Yang Fan replied, "It's very simple. Because the two of you have been closely guarding the Prince of Luling along the way, including when I left you to intercept the pursuers. If one of you harbored malicious intent towards the Prince of Luling, you would have long since made your move." Yang Fan bent his fingers and calculated. "I can trust Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing. They were the ones who helped the Prince of Luling down the mountain. If they wanted to harm the Prince of Luling, they would have long since made their move. After tonight, give me a list of the 100 Cavalry and inner guards who protected them down the mountain. These people can also be trusted. Otherwise, as long as they purposely make some noise and alarm the guards on the mountain, it will be difficult for us to escape. Furthermore, Miss Gu can be trusted. Otherwise, there is no need for her to tell me her findings. If we are completely unguarded, even if we set up sentries at night, it will be difficult for us to defend against the assassins." Yang Fan had obviously calculated it carefully. He spoke in an orderly manner. Huang Xuchang and Su Liang nodded frequently. After counting, Yang Fan said, "You can tell these people that there are spies among them in advance, so that they can be more vigilant of others. If there is someone guarding Prince of Luling and young Commandery Princess who is not one of these people, find a way to transfer him away and replace him with the most reliable one." The two of them nodded in acknowledgement. Yang Fan continued, "I'll tell you what I'm about to say next. After that, I'll go find Miss Gowing and tell her the same thing. You know your subordinates the best. When monitoring and guarding against others, the most important thing to pay attention to is—" Yang Fan glanced at the two of them and said word by word, it's those with ordinary family backgrounds and a small population. They can easily disappear without a trace. Although Huang Xuchang and Su Liang were martial artists and had a rough temperament, they had been officials for a long time. They were definitely not fools who only knew martial arts but not the slightest bit of scheming. They immediately understood what Yang Fan meant. The situation the Prince of Luling faced upon his return to the capital was unprecedentedly complicated because the power of the Wu and Zhou dynasties was simply too chaotic and had too many factions. Wu Zetian was also well aware of this, but she could not reorganize the Wu clan, nor did she have the energy to do so. In order to ensure her son's safe return to the capital, she could only make the decision that if the Prince of Luling returned alive, all his guards would be rewarded. If the Prince of Luling returned dead, all his guards would be executed to ensure that the imperial decree was carried out. In this case, it was unlikely that the 100 cavalrymen and internal guards, who had large families and could not easily disappear into the commoners, would be bribed. On the contrary, those guards with small family backgrounds could easily escape the capital after receiving a large sum of money and sending the Prince of Luling's life. They could change their names and live in leisure in other places. Therefore, if there was a traitor, people with such family backgrounds would be the most suspicious. Huang Xuchang and Su Liang nodded in agreement. Yang Fan gave them a few more instructions before getting up and leaving to find Gao Ying. In the room to the right, Li Guo'er stood barefooted at the door, her ear pressed against the door. After Yang Fan left, she gently straightened her back and, after some serious thought, quietly climbed onto the bed. After a while, she came down again and rummaged through her outer clothes. She took out the sheathed dagger that Gao Ying had given her for self-defense and returned to the bed. Hugging the dagger to her chest, she finally fell asleep. Yang Fan's footsteps were heavy as he walked. The matter of the assassin had already caused him to carry a heavy psychological burden, and the appearance of a traitor made him even more worried. A traitor was hard to dig out, but he had to. If this traitor was not found, he would be in even more danger once he crossed the Crouching Bull Mountains and entered Duji Province. This was because the Wu clan attached great importance to the development of their power in the capital regions, and the Wu clan's main forces were concentrated in this area. Bringing a traitor back to the capital was tantamount to entering a dragon's pool and tiger's den. But how could it be easy to find this traitor hidden in the cavalry or the inner guards? If they beat the grass and startled the snake, it would be very difficult to dig out this traitor. Furthermore, if too many people knew that there was a traitor among them, everyone would be paranoid and unable to sleep at night. It wouldn't be long before the enemy didn't even need to make a move, and the entire team would collapse. Late at night, in the backyard of the Liang residence, a group of night walkers gathered together sneakily. The lights in the house were lit, and blankets were hung on the windows to prevent the light from shining out. The white-haired old steward of the Liang residence with a wrinkled face sat in the corner and looked at them with a hateful gaze. But he couldn't do anything. He was an old man and couldn't do anything to this group of strong people. His family stayed behind to guard this residence, and now his wife, son, daughter-in-law, and little granddaughter were all in the hands of this group of people. He couldn't resist. The group of people that came in the afternoon fit the description of these people, but he didn't know who they were and why they wanted to deal with the famous scholar from Qianzhong. Old Steward Liang purposely acted as if he didn't want to be reasonable and let the group of people cook for themselves, hoping that they would notice something was wrong from the dishes in the kitchen that hadn't been washed in time. Old Steward Liang thought about it and sighed inwardly. I hope they will be more vigilant and escape from this disaster. This old man has been a vegetarian my entire life, and if they die here, this old man will have committed a great sin. Prepare to move. Li Feng, Lu Ruoyu, Sima Shao, Wen Lin. The four people whose names were called took a step forward and said in a deep voice, Your subordinates are here. The leader said, The four of you are in charge of eliminating their patrols on the roof. Make sure to deal a fatal blow. Yes. Old Steward Liang was someone who had seen the world, and when he saw the behavior of this group of people, he couldn't help but be suspicious. Could they be from the military? Look at their speech and actions, they are very much like soldiers. The leader then turned to the others and said, Chen Guang, Stan, Fangziu, Xing Su. Another 4 people came forward and said, Present. The leader said, The 4 of you, lead your men and get ready. Once they succeed, you will immediately rush out and entangle the guards who are patrolling around that person's house. These 4 people didn't look like soldiers. Stan's appearance was clearly that of a Kunlun slave, while Xing Su was wearing a Taoist robe and had her hair tied up in a Taoist bun. Old Steward Liang was confused again. Could it be that my judgment was wrong? In fact, Old Steward Liang wasn't wrong. The 4 people from before were indeed soldiers, and they were most proficient in archery. Each of them had the ability to shoot a target from 100 steps away. However, the 4 people from the second group were the family warriors of Wu Sanxi and Wu Yizong's residences. They were people from the pugilistic world, and they were experts in individual combat. The leader wasn't tall, but he was extremely sturdy. He had broad shoulders and a strong back, and he was as majestic as a mountain. The most eye-catching thing about him was his beard. It was as thick as ink, and each of his beard was like a halberd, giving him an extremely mighty appearance. The weapon that this person used was also extremely rare. In his hands was a pair of giant wheel-shaped axes. The back of the axes was heavy, and the edge of the axes shone with a cold light. This person's surname was Hua, and his full name was Huaqilan. He was the number 1 warrior in Wu Sanxi's residence. He was also proficient in sumo wrestling and wrestling. In the past, he was very famous in the army, and he once competed with the number 1 sumo wrestler, Chu Kuanga. He lost in 1 move, and was later chosen by Wu Sanxi. Huaqilan then said to the remaining people, After you enter the East Stride courtyard, immediately kill your way to the houses. While they're unprepared, kill those guards. The more chaos you create, the better. I will bring 5 people to that person's residence and take his head. Once we succeed, you and I will enjoy endless glory and wealth. Even becoming a high-ranking general will be as easy as flipping our hands. Huaqilan had arranged for a clever subordinate to dress up as a servant of the Liang residence. Taking the opportunity to deliver bedding to Yang Fan and the others, he had already carefully arranged the living quarters of the people in the East Striding courtyard. At this moment, everything was arranged in an orderly manner. Although Old Steward Liang was old, he wasn't muddle-headed. When he heard this, his heart turned cold. He knew that he was in trouble. Although he didn't know where these people came from, he knew that once they succeeded, they would enjoy endless glory and wealth. They could even become officials. He knew that these people wouldn't allow his family to live. Old Steward Liang was secretly alarmed. He immediately took advantage of everyone's discussion to sneak towards the door. When Old Steward Liang reached the door, he suddenly turned around and ran out. He didn't expect Huaqilan to have already seen his actions. When Old Steward Liang turned around, Huaqilan suddenly raised his hand. The wheel axe in his hand really turned into a shining wheel of light and flew out of his hand. Old Steward Liang ran out the door, but before he could open his mouth to call for help, the axe had already swept past his neck. In the rain of blood, the axe continued to fly forward. With a doo sound, it cut into the trunk of a large tree in the courtyard. Old Steward Liang's head was separated from his body. With a plop sound, he fell into a pool of blood. Huaqilan sneered and coldly ordered one of his subordinates, "This family is no longer useful. Kill them all." That person fiercely nodded and rushed towards the back of the residence with his blade. Huaqilan forcefully waved his hand and said, "Move out." At this time, someone had already run to pull out the axe and brought it back to him. Huaqilan lifted the bloody axe and with a sinister smile, he strode out. Chapter 801. Tonight, the thin clouds in the sky obscured the moonlight, casting the mountain village in darkness. Amidst the unusual silence, the occasional barking of a dog could be heard far away. Li Feng, Lu Ruoyu, Si Ma Xiao, and Wen Lin led several crossbowmen they had transferred from the army and stealthily made their way to the east straddling courtyard. There was a person standing on the roofs of several houses in the east straddling courtyard. Although it was hard to see them clearly in the darkness, they could still tell whether they were standing or walking on the roofs. Li Feng and the others made a light gesture and quietly spread out to search for their targets. Move! In the darkness, Sima Xiao decisively gave the order. The crossbowmen who were lying on the walls took aim at their targets and pulled the triggers. Swish, 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 the sound of the arrows breaking through the air was different from that of the arrows. The sharp arrows fell like rain and pounced toward their target. Some of the targets were sitting on the roofs, some were standing there, and only one was walking on the roofs. Because the roofs were slippery, he couldn't move fast and couldn't avoid these master archers. The moment the arrows arrived, these people were hit and rolled down the roofs with miserable screams. Almost at the same time, Chen Guang, Stan, Fang Ziyu, Xing Su, and the other martial artists led their subordinates into the courtyard. Their clothes fluttered in the wind as they rushed toward the Prince of Luling's room. Moving like tigers, just as they approached the Prince of Luling's residence, several figures rushed out of the shadows like hungry wolves and clashed with each other. Kill! The assassins responsible for disturbing the enemy, creating chaos, and cutting off the sleeping guards gripped their shining steel blades and broke through the doors and windows to slash at the sleeping figures on the beds. As soon as the steel knives fell, the subordinates felt that something was wrong. Before the assassins who broke through the door could react, the hundreds of bodyguards and internal guards who followed closely behind the screens, the beams, the doors, and the windows like shadows chopped at the assassin's neck. Holding two giant axes in his hands, Huiqilin led a few of his trusted subordinates. Taking advantage of the fact that the guards outside the Prince of Luling's door were locked in battle with the Prince of Liang's residence, they proudly passed by them and charged straight for the door of the Prince of Luling's room. Along the way, when they encountered the Prince of Luling's guards who were fighting, they did not lend a hand to help their own people break out of the encirclement. As for the Prince of Luling's guards who were charging at them, they did not linger to fight. The door was kicked open by him. Huiqilin was startled when he saw that the central room was brightly lit. There were many lamps already lit up. The floor of the central room was paved with green bricks, and there was a picture of a crane and a pine on the wall. There were two vertical scrolls and a person was standing in the middle of the central room with a blade hidden behind his elbow. Huiqilin's eyes narrowed. Yang Fan didn't recognize him, but he recognized Yang Fan. Back when Yang Fan wrestled in the palace, he had been King Liang's personal guard and had been among the spectators. He recognized the power of Yang Fan's wrestling technique and knew that this person's movements were light and nimble. This kind of small and nimble martial arts was his bane, especially in a place like the room, which would hinder his ability to display his skills. But the Prince of Luling was in the room, so he had to get past this hurdle. Huiqilin waved the giant axes in his hands and suddenly let out a sinister laugh as he strode through the door. Don't be fooled by his sturdy stature and heavy weapon, this leap was as swift as a ghost, his body moved like a floating cotton. Before he even landed on the ground, the wind and thunder were already raging. Pai Pai Pala sounds were incessantly heard. The tables and chairs used to entertain guests, the decorative flower racks, and the antique shelves were all smashed under his pair of giant axes. It seemed like Huiqilin wanted to sweep away all the obstacles in his way so that he could display his tyrannical martial art. Yang Fan's blade was hidden behind his elbow the entire time, a faint smile on his face. He was like a withered leaf in the autumn wind, fluttering under his giant axes. Kill your way into the room. Huiqilin kept Yang Fan busy while shouting orders to his subordinate. Just as the subordinates were about to charge into the room, the doors to the rooms to the left and right suddenly opened. The curtains were also silently raised, but they couldn't see anyone standing there. The assassins who were about to barge in were startled. "Kill your way in." Huichilin brandished his giant axes, causing a storm in the central room, the sound of his giant axes tearing through the air. When the subordinates heard his words, their courage was boosted. They roared and charged into the rooms to the left and right. When they entered the room, they saw that the room was also brightly lit. A lady was standing in front of the bed, holding a 3-foot-long sword in her hand. She was looking at them with a faint smile. Other than her, there was no one else in the room. Sima Xiao abandoned his crossbow and pulled out his blade to join the battle. The enemy he was facing was Huang Xuchang. Huang Xuchang wielded a thick machete with a ring hilt. It was heavy and powerful, and when he swung it, it was like lightning. Sima Xiao was a fierce general in the army. He could fight on the battlefield, but with this level of martial arts, he was no match for Huang Xuchang. After a short while, a palm-sized piece of flesh on his arm was sliced off by Huang Xuchang's blade. He cried out in pain and took a few steps back. Luckily, Lu Ruoyu and Wen Lin raised their blades and saved him. Sima Xiao took a few steps back and suddenly tripped. Luckily, that thing was soft and did not trip him. Sima Xiao turned his head and saw that it was a corpse. There were 3 arrows stuck in the chest of the corpse all the way to the end of the arrows. This corpse was probably the result of their shooting from the roof, but this corpse did not have a face. It was a scarecrow. The arrows were real, the screams were also real, but the corpse was actually a scarecrow. Sima Xiao shouted, "We've been tricked! There's an ambush! We've been tricked, there's..." His shout had cost Lu Ruoyu her life. Lu Ruoyu subconsciously turned her head to look. Her hand only paused for a moment before Huang Xuchang's machete sliced open Wen Lin's chest. With a splash of warm blood, Huang Xuchang chopped towards Wen Lin's head. Sima Xiao's shout had only created more chaos for his own people, but it did not have any positive effect. In the central room, Huichilin's pair of axes were swinging like wheels. Although this type of heavy weapon could save a lot of energy when swinging it, it was still a heavy weapon. The thunderous roar that filled the hall had disappeared. Although in the eyes of others, Huichilin was still swinging his axes like a windmill, in reality, his speed had greatly decreased. Yang Fan had been following Huichilin's axes, advancing and retreating. He did not move away from Huichilin, nor did he move half a step closer. The knife was hidden behind his elbow, and his pair of bright eyes stared coldly at Huichilin's shoulders, forcing him to not dare to rest. Seeing that Huichilin's energy was gradually depleted, Yang Fan suddenly took 3 steps back, escaping from Huichilin's attack range. However, this retreat only lasted for a moment, and in the blink of an eye, he pounced forward again. In the eyes of others, it seemed as if Yang Fan had not retreated at all. He had only made a feint of retreating, and then his whole body bounced back. His knife came out from behind his elbow, and swept upwards from Huichilin's lower body. The cold light from the knife was like a raging wave that rolled upwards. At this moment, the axes in Huichilin's hands had just crossed, and with a split to the left and right, an opening appeared in the middle. This opening and closing only took a moment, but Yang Fan's knife was precisely in this moment, and like a bolt of lightning, it flashed through the gap. Almost at the same time that the axes in Huichilin's hands split to the left and right, Yang Fan's knife had already struck out. It looked as if Huichilin's arms had stretched out, and he had taken the initiative to use his body to receive Yang Fan's knife. This knife went from his left hip to the right side of his chest, and there was a long, diagonal wound. Blood quickly dyed his robes red, and Huichilin staggered a few steps back. His heel knocked against the door sill, and his whole body fell backwards. Bang! Huichilin landed heavily on the ground, but he did not let go of the pair of axes in his hands. The backs of the axes smashed against the green bricks, and there was a splash of brick dust. Yang Fan slashed out with his knife, and without looking at him again, he rushed towards the room that Lan Yiqing was in. He was very confident in Gao Ying's martial arts, and Lan Yiqing was, after all, a little younger. Although there were no mediocre inner guards, he was afraid that something would happen to this girl. He rushed into the room, and Lan Yiqing happened to come out from the door, and the two of them almost bumped into each other. Lan Yiqing's eyebrows raised, and he said proudly, "It's done. It seems that I was just a little faster than Sister Gao Ying." Gao Ying came out from the opposite room with a long sword that was dripping with blood. She snorted coldly, "Keep bragging, hurry up and finish off those people outside." Lan Yiqing stuck out his tongue, rushed out side by side with Gao Ying, and Yang Fan also followed closely behind. A knife and two swords suddenly separated and combined, turning into a group of fierce and frightening sword light, unstoppably killing the enemies in front of them. The shouting and killing in the Liang mansion was unusually obvious in the quiet night. First, the dogs barked from far and near, and then the villagers woke up one after another. But listening to the shouting and killing, these people who had lived in this small mountain village all their lives did not dare to find out what was going on. It was not until the sky was bright, until the sun was high in the sky, until it was noon. The Liang mansion had been quiet for a long time. Liang Lijing really could not hide anymore, so he gathered all the strong men in the village, holding a manure fork, an axe, a kitchen knife, and a spear, and entered the Liang mansion, trembling with fear. Very soon, they discovered that there was no one left alive in the mansion. The pitiful old steward Liang had been decapitated and died tragically in the backyard. Soon after, his wife, son, daughter-in-law, and a little granddaughter were found dead in the cellar, all killed with a single stab. In this small mountain village, stealing and fighting with neighbors was already the biggest incident of the year. When had such a murder ever happened? But this was not the most horrifying thing. The most horrifying thing was that the Liang family's West Stride courtyard had already become a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. There were dripping blood everywhere, cold corpses were everywhere, and broken limbs could be seen everywhere inside and outside the courtyard. Liang Lijing did not have the courage to carefully investigate, nor did he count how many people had died. He immediately went home to lead the donkey, and called 2 strong men to be more courageous. A group of 3 hurried to the county government office to report to the county magistrate. Yang Fan and the others did not go far. At this moment, they were only 2 mountains away from the Liang family's courtyard. There were a few new graves on the hillsides, which were the burial places of the 100 cavalry and inner guards who had died in battle. Su Liang walked to Yang Fan's side, smiled bitterly, and said in a low voice, "There are 2 less suspicious targets, because they have died in battle." Yang Fan patted him on the shoulder with a heavy expression, and said to Huang Xuchang, who had just paid his respects to the dead brothers, who had rushed back to his side, "We can't go on like this. If we continue like this, even if we can return to the capital, only a few people will survive." Huang Xuchang said with red eyes, "What can we do? We eat military rations and take military pay. Isn't this the business we do?" Yang Fan said slowly, "We have to think of a way. There must be a way." He turned his eyes and suddenly saw Li Guer sitting quietly next to Prince of Luling. His eyes lit up, and he suddenly thought of a feasible way, so he walked toward her. Chapter 802. Last night's battle had been too desperate and dangerous. Li Guer, who had never left Yellow Bamboo Ridge, had never seen such a scene and was clearly frightened. Although she was usually mischievous and was particularly excited when she first saw Yang Fan brandishing his knife at the bridgehead, she was still far away at that time, and she was sitting in the car, so she didn't feel the tension of life and death. Last night, when they broke out of the encirclement, blood had splashed on her face and the sword had struck her side. Only now did she know how terrifying death was. Thus, at this moment, she had a rare moment of peace and snuggled up to her father. Li Xian, on the other hand, was much calmer. He was probably afraid of the process of waiting for the danger to arrive. When the danger finally arrived in front of him, he was actually not so afraid. He just sat there in a daze, somewhat absent-minded. Yang Fan walked in front of the father and daughter and bowed slightly. Your Highness, Princess, this subject's arrangements were not thorough and caused your Highness and Princess to fall into danger. This is truly a sin. Officer Yang. Li Xian was like a clay figurine that had just come back to life. He slowly squeezed out a smile. Don't say that. This journey has already been difficult for you. Everything you've done for this prince will remember in his heart. If we can return to Luoyang alive, Officer Yang's kindness, this Li Xian will definitely repay it one day. Yang Fan bowed. This is what this subject should do. Your Highness, there is no need to be so polite. After saying this, Yang Fan looked at Li Guo and smiled. Princess must have been frightened. The scenery here is not bad. If the princess gets up and walks around, her mood will be better. Li Guo looked at him with some surprise and slowly stood up. Yang Fan cupped his hands toward Li Xian. Your Highness, please rest first. This subject will go and make arrangements for the rest of the journey. Good, good, good. Li Xian nodded repeatedly. In his heart, Yang Fan was his only hope. Yang Fan turned to leave. Li Guo tacitly followed behind him. The two of them, one in front and one behind, quickly left the crowd and arrived behind a clump of vegetation. This side was a hillside. The slope was relatively steep, and the hillside was covered with all kinds of flowers and plants. Purple and yellow wildflowers swayed gently in the wind. Yang Fan walked to the front of the slope and stood still with his hands behind his back, looking at the mountains and rivers in the distance. The wind caressed his body and his clothes fluttered. Li Guo slowly walked to his side and looked at him strangely. Why are you willing to take the initiative to talk to me? Yang Fan said, There's a traitor among us. Li Guo was silent for a moment and said, I know. Last night, when you were talking with Brigade Commander Huang and Brigade Commander Su, I heard it. Yang Fan was not surprised in the slightest. He just made a light sound and said, It's very difficult for us to uncover this traitor. Maybe by the time we find out who he is, we'll all be dead. Li Guo's eyes were filled with fear as she asked, What should we do now? She tried to maintain her composure for a long time, but Yang Fan's words caused her to reveal a look of panic. Her cleverness was completely useless in this kind of situation. Her psychological quality was actually far from Yang Fan's, who had experienced many big scenes. Yang Fan slowly turned his face to look at her, a strange expression on his face. Being stared at by him, Li Guo subconsciously reached out to touch her face. She asked in confusion, What's wrong? Yang Fan said word by word, I want to trouble Princess to put on a show with me. What do you think? The dead had already been buried in the earth, but the living had to continue walking on the ground. Next to a few new graves, Yang Fan gathered everyone to discuss their next move. Li Xian naturally sat at the head of the table, and Li Guo leaned on his knees. Everyone was sitting in the lush wild grass. The grass was dense and green, and unknown wildflowers were blooming beside them. If it weren't for everyone's solemn expressions and the blood that was still slowly seeping out of some people's bandaged wounds, this would undoubtedly be a romantic scene of an outing. With a heavy expression, Yang Fan said, Along the way we've been frequently ambushed, and assassinated. Even hiding in the yamen is not safe. Now that we're about to enter Duji province, it's easy to imagine how much danger we'll encounter once we reach their territory. No matter what, we have to protect the Prince of Luling's safe return to Luoyang. Li Xian glanced at him gratefully. Yang Fan said, But if we continue like this, I'm afraid that even if we all die, we won't be able to guarantee His Highness's safe return to the capital. So, I've decided to take a risk. Everyone stared at him with wide eyes, not understanding what he meant by taking a risk. Yang Fan said, The reason why we're obstructed everywhere and constantly ambushed is because we're too big of a target. For a group like ours, consisting entirely of young and strong men, riding fine horses and carrying weapons, and not soldiers, almost everyone who sees us will have a deep impression of us. Our enemies can inquire about us at any time and determine where we're going, so it's difficult for us to move even an inch. Su Liang interrupted, Lieutenant, but there are so many of us. There's no way we can hide in this aspect. It's impossible for us not to ride horses, not to carry weapons, and not to. Before he could finish, Yang Fan interrupted him, saying, So, I've decided to take a risk. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, and then began to discuss in soft voices. Huang Xuchang grew impatient and said in a rough voice, Lieutenant Yang, if you have any ideas, just say them. Among us, you're the most scheming one. What do you think we should do? Yang Fan said solemnly, I plan to leave only 2 people behind to escort your highness back to Luoyang. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Huang Xuchang was startled and cried out, What? If only 2 people are left to protect your highness, then where will the rest of us go? Yang Fan said, What I mean is, since we're too big of a target, we might as well be the target to attract the enemy's attention. Meanwhile, your highness can disguise himself and quietly return north with 2 people accompanying you. This way, your highness's group will fade into the crowd. Even if you walk in front of an assassin, they might not necessarily recognize you. After everyone discussed, Su Liang said, I think this plan is feasible. At first glance, it seems much more dangerous to let your highness leave our protection, but in reality, it will be very difficult for them to recognize your highness among the tens of thousands of commoners. Your highness will actually be safer. What does your highness think? Li Xian hesitated for a moment, glancing at his daughter. Li Guer's hand, which was resting on his knee, exerted a little more force and pressed down slightly. Li Xian slowly nodded and said, Yes, this prince feels. Commandant Yang's words are very reasonable. Yang Fan said, This Yang has already discussed this matter with your highness in private and obtained your highness's approval. However, the success or failure of escorting your highness back to the capital concerns the life and death of each and every one of us. Thus, this Yang is not willing to act arbitrarily and needs everyone's approval. When there was an order from above, as long as you carried it out, no one cared whether you agreed or not. Yang Fan's actions moved the hearts of the 100 cavalry and the imperial bodyguards of the Plum Blossom Guard. Everyone whispered among themselves and expressed their agreement one after another. At this time, Li Guo raised an objection. Commandant Yang, it is impossible to guard against assassins, and they use all sorts of identities. Sometimes they are right next to us. If they don't make a move, we won't be able to confirm that they are enemies. If an assassin approaches us after Father leaves, then won't they know it's a trap when they see that there isn't a single person in our group that matches Father's age and appearance? Yang Fan smiled slightly and said, I have already considered this point. Miss Gu is proficient in the art of disguise and knows how to use mouth tricks. I plan to have Miss Gu pretend to be your highness. Of course, it won't be easy to have a complete resemblance. However, your highness has made some changes to his appearance along the way. As long as Miss Gu's appearance is 60 to 70% similar, it will be enough to make the enemy believe that the person we are trying to protect is your highness. That is why I said that we shouldn't think that we are safe just because your highness is not by our side. On the contrary, your highness is being secretly escorted back to Luoyang. Our mission is to do our best to attract the enemy's attention and make them think that your highness is still under our protection. They will blindly chase after us. At this point, Yang Fan solemnly looked at everyone and said in a low voice, Since everyone has agreed, then Miss Gu, please immediately disguise yourself according to your highness' appearance. Afterwards, we will split into 2 groups. One group will protect the real your highness and disguise himself as a traveling merchant, a Taoist, or a commoner. You can disguise yourself as anything as long as you can successfully reach the capital. Meanwhile, the other group will protect the fake your highness and do our best to let the enemy find our tracks and attract their attention. Gu Zhuting immediately stood up. When she had broken out of the Liang residence, she hadn't forgotten to bring her bag that resembled 100 treasures pouch. Liguor helped Li Xian up and the three of them parted the flowers and shrubs, ducking behind a clump of trees. Huang Xuchang said, "Commandant Yang, who do you plan to send to protect your highness when he leaves?" Yang Fan calmly replied, "Naturally, I will personally escort him. As for the other person, I'll have to choose one of you." Huang Xuchang said, "If that's the case, I'll go." Gowing said, "Rather than you, why don't I go? With a woman accompanying him, it'll be easier to bluff our way through." Huang Xuchang said, "Nonsense. Those people have already figured out our background and know that there are both men and women in our group. Even if we have a woman by your highness' side, it won't necessarily dispel their suspicions." Gowing said, "That's still less noticeable than having two strong men accompanying your highness." Huang Xuchang said, "Hey, you also know that men are a bit stronger? The people escorting your highness naturally have to be stronger to ensure his safety. Once they succeeded in escorting your highness, it would be the same as protecting the future Son of Heaven. Once the Son of Heaven ascended to the throne, how could they not benefit from it? Everyone was risking their lives. Just what was their goal? No one was willing to fight for this job. Moreover, their lives and deaths were tied together with the Prince of Luling. Only by personally guarding the Prince of Luling would they feel more at ease. Everyone had the same thought, so they all volunteered themselves. Su Liang, Wei Yong, Zhang Shidong, Lan Yiqing, and the others were unwilling to fall behind, so they all volunteered themselves to Yang Fan. Naturally, the real traitor was also eager to follow the real Prince of Luling. Chapter 803. Seeing this, Yang Fan said, "Since we've decided to take the risk, then the fewer people escorting His Highness, the better. If there are only two people, once their identities are exposed, no matter how strong they are or how skilled they are in martial arts, it will be very difficult for them to protect His Highness from the heavy encirclement. Therefore, the level of this person's martial arts isn't important. What's important is that this person needs to be bold and careful, able to adapt to changing circumstances and be able to deal with all kinds of situations. From this angle, I feel that Miss Gao Ying is more suitable." Yang Fan was the leader of this group. Since he said this, everyone naturally had no more objections. Su Liang said, "Lieutenant's words are reasonable. This Su also feels that Miss Gao is a suitable candidate. However, this Su feels that Lieutenant is not a suitable candidate to escort His Highness." Yang Fan was slightly surprised and said, "What do you mean?" Su Liang said, "Even if they don't know who we are or what our identities are at the beginning, they should know about these things after we were attacked at the inn in the county that day. Since they know that Lieutenant is the leader of our group, if they don't find you beside the fake His Highness on the road ahead, wouldn't it be very easy to arouse their suspicions?" Yang Fan blushed and said, "That's right, then." His gaze swept across, and Zhang Shidong, Wei Yong, and the others immediately puffed out their chests. Especially Wei Yong, who had once been on the same field as Yang Fan and had an old friendship. He thought that Yang Fan might give him this mission because of this friendship, so his expression was especially fervent. Yang Fan lowered his eyes and thought quietly for a moment. He suddenly raised his eyes and looked at Su Liang with a slight smile. He said, "Travel Marshal Su, to be able to think of this, it shows that you have a meticulous mind. I think this candidate is none other than you." Su Liang said cheerfully, "Even if this Su's bones are crushed, I will protect His Highness." Yang Fan slapped his knee and said, "Good. Then it's settled. I'll leave His Highness' safety to you and Miss Gao Ying. Everyone else must remember, even if His Highness is not by our side, our mission is to make the assassins think that His Highness is with us, so the danger we face is even greater. Everyone must be on high alert at all times. Towards the prince that Miss Gu is pretending to be, we must always treat him with the same respect as a real prince. We must not reveal any flaws." Everyone agreed loudly. After more than 2 hours, the bushes parted. Liguor pushed the bushes aside like she was brushing away the willows. She walked out from the narrow path in the middle, her slender waist curling up. It was very attractive. Those who were discussing the details immediately stopped talking and looked in her direction. However, no one was looking at her, who was displaying her youthful charm. Instead, they were looking behind her. Li Xian, the Prince of Luling, was walking behind her. He was wearing an ordinary robe with a round neck and a hat of horsetail feathers on his head. Miss Gu had deliberately altered the Prince of Luling's appearance. At this moment, the Prince of Luling's appearance was somewhat different from his true appearance, but everyone present was familiar with him, and they were certain that this person was him. Therefore, at a glance, they could still quickly recognize him. He was the Prince of Luling. However, if he was the Prince of Luling, then who was the person walking behind him? That person was also wearing the same robe with the same round neck, the same hat of horsetail feathers on his head, the same beard on his chin, the same wrinkles on his face, the same bloated figure, and even the way he walked was exactly the same. His expression and gaze were also exactly the same. If there was a difference, it would be that this Prince of Luling's appearance was slightly different from the Prince of Luling walking in front of him. However, the Prince of Luling walking in front of him was also not the Prince of Luling's original appearance. These two people's appearances were 60 to 70% similar to the Prince of Luling's original appearance, yet they were not completely the same. Liguor walked out of the bushes like a flower brushing away a willow, stood to the side, and looked at everyone with a smile. Everyone looked at the two princes of Luling standing side by side, as if they were looking at an illusion. With their sharp eyes, they carefully examined them and discovered that both of their necks were the same color, and their jaws were similarly loose and wrinkled. It was not easy to tell which one was real and which was fake. Yang Fan stood up and said with a smile, "Hee, Miss Gu's skill is truly marvelous. This time, even I can't recognize you. Your Highness?" The two princes of Luling looked at Yang Fan at the same time and called out, "Yang Xiaowei." Yang Fan had never seen Gu Zhuting's vocal skills, but he had seen her disciple Tin Ano's. At this moment, when Gu Zhuting opened her mouth, her voice and intonation were exactly the same as the real Prince of Luling, so Yang Fan still couldn't tell the difference. Liguor giggled and tugged on the sleeve of the person standing next to her, saying, "Miss Gu, don't joke around with everyone. Proper business is more important." That Prince of Luling laughed, still imitating the Prince of Luling's voice. However, he didn't manage to hold it back, so his laughter was slightly thin and carried a hint of femininity. Yang Fan asked curiously, "Princess can recognize him?" "That's right, Princess is naturally very familiar with your esteemed father's appearance. Others might not be able to recognize him, but how could Princess not?" Liguor shook her head. "That's not true. It's also extremely difficult for me to recognize him. It's just that." Liguor pointed at the feet of this fake Prince of Luling. Everyone followed her gesture and looked over, then compared it with the feet of the other Prince of Luling. Only then did they realize that the two Prince of Luling were identical in every other aspect, except for the boots. The fake Prince of Luling's boots were brand new, while the real Prince of Luling's boots were old. There were even some faint blackened bloodstains on the upper of the boot. Presumably, Liguor had used this to distinguish the real from the fake. Yang Fan gladly said, "There's no problem with this. In that case, Miss Gu can definitely pass off the fake as the real one." Yang Fan pointed at the distant mountain range and said to everyone, "We can't take the road ahead. Since they could set up an ambush in Gusui Town, they must have guessed that we would choose to enter the mountain from here. Let's go west and circle back to Luoyang Pass, then enter Duji Province from there." The sun was setting in the west, casting a vast expanse of land. The setting sun was like blood on the horizon, and the distant mountain seemed to be covered in a layer of red. It stood there in solitude. Who knew how many people were lying in ambush, sharpening their blades, waiting for them to walk in? Thinking of this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Yang Fan said, "Commander Su and Commandant Gao, escort His Highness down the mountain first. After descending the mountain, all of you can rest nearby. After that, you can completely rely on yourselves. You can adapt to the situation and change your identity at any time. In short, ensuring His Highness's safe return to the capital is the most important task." Su Liang and Gao Ying respectfully nodded. Standing between them, the Prince of Luling took a step forward and grasped Yang Fan's hand. He sincerely said, "Commandant Yang, if we can escape this time, the life and future of my Li Xian's family will all be thanks to Commandant." He took another step back and cupped his hands to all the cavalrymen and inner guards. "It is all thanks to everyone. I, Li Xian, solemnly swear to the yellow sky and thick earth that the kindness of all warriors this time is as high as the heavens and as deep as the earth. I, Li Xian, will never forget this." Everyone hurriedly returned his salute. Li Xian then turned to Li Guo and gently stroked her head. He softly said, "Guo, being born a daughter of the Li family has truly been hard on you." Li Guo's eyes were sparkling as she said in a low voice, "Daddy, there's no need to feel guilty. If Daddy feels that you've let your daughter down, then live well. Only when Daddy reaches the capital safely can our family have hope." Li Xian nodded forcefully and said to Su Liang and Gao Ying, "Let's go." The three of them walked down the mountain under the setting sun. They needed to conceal their identities, and couldn't even ride horses. In just a short while, the three figures disappeared into the lush forest. Yang Fan looked at their receding figures and gently exhaled. He then turned to the others and said, "We should also go down the mountain. His Highness's health is not good and his movements will be slow if he can't ride a horse. We can't walk too fast either. We have to help His Highness attract the attention of the assassins. After we go down the mountain, we have to find a donkey or a carriage for Miss Gu to sit on. Our disguise as His Highness must be flawless." After saying this, Yang Fan turned to the fake Prince of Luling who was standing next to Li Guo and said, "Miss Gu, if we encounter an enemy, you must not make a move at any time and under any circumstances unless we have the confidence to completely annihilate them." The fake Prince of Luling nodded solemnly. The speed at which Yang Fan and the others descended the mountain was not fast. After all, there were still a few injured Imperial guards among them. They only arrived at the foot of the mountain when the sky turned dark. The scouts in front had sent back news that there was a small village not far away. In order to avoid causing panic among the villagers by entering the village at night, the group decided to rest for the night on the outskirts. At dawn the next day, they would send someone to the village to get some food and some transportation. They rested in a poplar forest and gathered the remaining dry rations they were carrying and brought back some water from the river. This was a depression, and the surrounding forest was so deep and dense that they were not afraid of being seen by others when they started a fire. Even so, they still dug a deep pit to prevent the flames from rising too high. The dry rations and dried meat were put together into a pot of porridge, which the exhausted group ate with relish. After quickly filling their stomachs, they found a place to rest for the night in the forest. Yang Fan arranged for 4 Imperial guards to stand guard at the 4 corners of the forest and personally patrolled the area before returning to the forest. A few thick pieces of wood were placed on top of the fire, causing the pit to emit a dark red glow. Although the fire did not seem to be very strong, it was still very hot, so hot that even the nearby ground was heated up. Little Princess Li Guo was currently the most respected person in the group. She slept right next to the pit, and around it were the fake Prince of Luling, Miss Gu, and a few injured Imperial guards. Everyone was scared out of their wits last night and had rushed up and down the mountain in a hurry. They were all exhausted and slept soundly as soon as they lay down. Yang Fan lightened his footsteps and did not disturb them. He circled around them twice before stopping beside Huang Xuchang. Huang Xuchang had cut some branches and placed them on the ground, then covered them with a thick layer of weeds, making this bed both soft and bouncy. He had even moved a smooth piece of dead wood to use as a pillow, showing that he knew how to make full use of the surrounding conditions to create the most comfortable environment for himself. Seeing that the bed was very wide and the pillow was also very long, Yang Fan did not hesitate to lie down and rest next to Huang Xuchang. Huang Xuchang did not sleep. The moment Yang Fan lay down and the bed sank, Huang Xuchang opened his eyes, which flashed with a shrewdness that did not match his rough appearance. He lowered his voice and whispered, "Now that I think about it, there are still 6 people who are the most suspicious." Yang Fan frowned and whispered, "There are still so many. Who are they?" Chapter 804. Huang Xuchang said in a low voice, Wei Yong, Zhang Shidong, Chen Kun, Yi Jingqiu, Xie Jihan, Yu Qinghe, 4 cavalrymen and 2 inner guards. Yang Fan said, "What's the reason?" Huang Xuchang said, "They weren't on the yellow bamboo ridge that day. All 6 of them come from poor families. Some only have parents or 1 or 2 siblings, and some are even orphans. After the deed is done, it will be easy for them to hide their identities and escape. In addition, none of them have been injured." Yang Fan said, "The inner guards can be excluded. When we left the capital, they were all very clear about our mission. If they wanted to leak the secret, they would have already reported it to the Wu clan. If that was the case, I'm afraid we would only see a dead body on the yellow bamboo ridge and not a lively prince of Luling." With Yang Fan's words, the range of suspects narrowed down even further. They could only confirm that it was within the scope of the 100 Cavalry. As the commander of the 100 Cavalry Brigade, Huang Xuchang felt humiliated. He said resentfully, "Damn it, so this traitor must be one of my men." Yang Fan smiled and comforted him. "Money moves people's hearts. As long as the benefits are great enough, it's not strange for someone to be bribed. There's no need to mind it." After a pause, Yang Fan continued, "Being injured is not a reason to be suspicious, because this Wu clan spy in the inner guard should be a spy the Wu clan bribed in the palace in order to expand their influence. This person can't be related to the garrison that guarded the yellow bamboo ridge for 16 years, nor can he be in contact with the Wu clan's other spies and influences. In other words, when they bribed this person, the Wu clan couldn't be sure what use he would have, or when he would have an effect. He could only be a one-way contact with someone in the Wu clan, and the Wu clan couldn't possibly reveal the identity of this spy to the assassins they sent. So, even if he was a spy, there was still a chance that he would be injured." Huang Xuchang hesitated for a moment and said, "If that's the case, we have to add 1 more person. Originally, there should be 3, but 2 of them are from the inner guards. Since the commandant said that it's impossible for him to be from the inner guards, then there's only 1. His name is Fang Huixian, and he also meets the above conditions, but he has lost an arm." Yang Fan said solemnly, "Yes. Then increase the surveillance on these 5 people. As long as he is a traitor, he will definitely give himself away. Wait until I find him." Yang Fan's voice grew colder, but he didn't say what he wanted. Huang Xuchang grumbled, "The captain has allowed Wang Ye to travel in secret. It looks risky, but it is actually a very feasible method. However, you shouldn't have announced it to everyone. How could the traitor not leak the news?" Yang Fan gently smiled and said, "If we don't do this, how are we going to lure the snake into its hole?" Huang Xuchang was surprised. "Lieutenant, are you saying this is also a plan?" Yang Fan said, "I had no choice but to beat them at their own game. Think about it, those who are unknown and incompetent can never be sent to escort Wang Ye. However, those who can be trusted and are capable are all important figures in the team. If a few important figures are suddenly missing, anyone with a bit of brain will become suspicious. Besides, at that time I wasn't sure how much resemblance Miss Gu's Prince of Luling resembled him, and whether she could deceive our own people. If the traitor saw through the clues and he knew nothing about it beforehand, he would inevitably become vigilant and realize that I no longer trusted our own people. In that case, the news will still leak out, and he will be even more careful in his actions. How can we find him then? Therefore, this risk isn't just a risk for the Prince of Luling, it's also a risk for us. I want everyone to know our plan and let the traitor think that I haven't suspected one of my own. Only then will he give himself away. Huang Xuchang said, but if he leaks the news before we catch him, Yang Fan said, there are too many villages and villages, so it's impossible for them to leave any spies. Only after entering the big city of Dafu will it be possible. At that time, we will have to use reliable people to keep an eye on every suspicious person. As long as they give themselves away, we will immediately kill them. In that case, will we still have to worry about the news leaking out? Besides, even if the news is leaked, we don't know where His Highness is at that time. It's just 3 people, and this kind of team is too common. If they want to find His Highness, it will be no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. No matter what, it will be safer than following us. Huang Xuchang nodded and sighed softly. I really don't want a traitor to appear among our brothers. Yang Fan also couldn't help but sigh deeply and faintly said, Am I not? He didn't want anyone to be a traitor. Even if it was a comrade who hadn't fled to the western regions with him, they had gone through life and death together. Especially Wei Yong, who was a friend of Chu Kuanga. If he was a traitor, Big Brother Chu would also be sad. But all the signs pointed to the fact that there was a traitor among them, and there was no doubt about it. Not too far away, Miss Gu, who was disguised as the Prince of Luling, suddenly let out an Huang Xuchang and Yang Fan turned their heads and saw Li Guo was trying to wake her up, whispering something to her in a low voice. Then Miss Gu got up and quietly accompanied her into the forest. It seemed that Li Guo wanted to get up at night. In this darkness, she naturally needed someone to accompany her. When the 2 of them were far away, Huang Xuchang softly said, You don't say, Miss Gu's disguise as the Prince of Luling was really perfect. Even I couldn't see any flaws. The extraordinary people of this world really can't be underestimated. Yang Fan smiled and propped his arms up as a pillow. Gazing at the dark night sky, he unhurriedly said, Yes, I was originally worried. Since Miss Gu has such ability, our plan should be able to be carried out relatively smoothly. I hope that His Highness can smoothly return to the capital and that we can all return safely. Dawn came, and the birds that had been scared away at night returned to their nests. They found that the humans were still in their territory, so they could only fly far away. Only the birds that had chicks waiting to be fed in their nests were reluctant to leave. They just stopped on a branch not far away, chirping nonstop. The morning mist rose in spirals, making the forest look like a fairyland. Several female guards mixed the leftover rations and dried meat with yesterday's leftover porridge and cooked a pot of hot porridge. After everyone had eaten their fill, they went to the stream to wash up. Because Gu Zhuting was disguised as the Prince of Luling, she couldn't wash her face and had to spend another 2 to 4 hours to disguise herself again. As a result, she could only use a willow branch to brush her teeth and do the most basic cleaning. When the sun was high up in the sky, Yang Fan had an internal guard, who had reverted to his female clothes, and an imperial guard, disguised as a young couple, go to the village. When they came back, the 2 of them drove a carriage pulled by a mule. Inside the carriage was a pile of steamed bread, steamed buns, that they bought from various households. The carriage did not have a shed. The villagers usually used it to haul crops and goods. Occasionally, when they went out, the women would need to ride the carriage. Unlike the rich families, they were not particular about it and even had to cover their head. Therefore, it was a large open carriage. They spent a lot of money to buy it from the villagers. Immediately, Li Guo accompanied Gu Zhuting, who was disguised as the Prince of Luling, onto the carriage. Lan Yiqing immediately volunteered to be the cart driver. This morning, when she was washing her feet in the stream, she was constantly distressed that her pair of beautiful feet had blisters. Yang Fan knew what she was thinking about, but he only smiled and did not expose her. He let her excitedly pick up the whip, and the group of people escorted the large carriage along Crouching Bull Mountain to the west. That night they stayed in a small town. This place was very close to Luyang Pass, so there was an inn set up in the town. Although the inn was relatively small, it was still enough for a few people to squeeze into a room. Because it was a few people staying in a room, at least one person in each room knew that there was a spy among them. Tonight, they specially arranged for the internal guards to stand guard outside, so Yang Fan was not worried that the news would leak out. They set off early the next morning because they wanted to pass through Luyang Pass on the same day. At noon on the same day, they arrived at the largest city in front of Luyang Pass, Xiang City. There, they bought enough mounts. If there were not enough horses, they used mules to make up the numbers. Finally, everyone had mounts. Their speed instantly increased. At the same time, the carriage was also changed to a covered carriage. Last night, everyone stayed in the inn and had a good sleep. That was why after such a long journey today, they were still full of energy. However, it was unknown whether it was because Li Guo had never practiced martial arts and her body was weak or because of some other reason, she was tired and listless throughout the journey. After changing to a covered carriage, she carried 2 blankets and spread them on the bed. Then, she fell into a deep sleep. Wei Yong looked at her and felt that something was strange. He curiously asked Yang Fan. Yang Fan only smiled enigmatically and answered casually, "It's a woman's illness. It's not a big deal. She'll be full of energy after a few days." Wei Yong was suddenly enlightened and did not ask any more. However, there was a strange feeling in his heart. Yang Xiaowei even knows about the little Juanju's menstruation? Is it Yang Xiaowei who has remarkable abilities, or is it the little Juanju who has nothing to hide? Thinking of the romantic affair between Yang Fan and Princess Taiping that has been spread in the capital city until now, Wei Yong seemed to understand something. Princess Taiping, Juanju, they are biological aunt and niece. Wei Yong understood this point. When he looked at Yang Fan, who was riding tall and straight on the horse, he was filled with deep veneration. A real man should be like this. It's just that he might end up with the big head and the small head cut off together. Yang Xiaowei is really a model example of a romantic man who would rather die under a flower. Luyang Pass was located in the southwest of Lushan County. It was located at the crossroads between Luoyang and Nanyang. Since ancient times, it has been a battleground for military strategists. However, that was during the Warring States period or the era when the feudal vassals rose up together and civil strife occurred frequently. Now that the Central Plains had been unified, Luyang Pass had lost its military value. There were no troops stationed at the pass. Only the tax collectors were still guarding this position. By the time Yang Fan and his entourage arrived at Luyang Pass, it was almost dusk. From afar, they could see the ruins of the Great Wall of Chu bathing in the setting sun on the hilltop. Sometimes, it meandered along the continuous mountain range. The tax collector was about to close the door when he suddenly saw a group of people rushing over from afar. There were carriages and horses. He knew that it was another income. His spirit was lifted and he waited for them for a while longer. Chapter 805. Why did you guys only arrive at this hour? If you pass the checkpoint at this hour, you'll miss your lodging. The tax collector said lazily and collected the tax according to the number of people. Because Zhang Shidong had privately given him 2 copper coins, his attitude was much more polite. The tax collector had already checked their checkpoints. These people were not businessmen, so they rejoiced for nothing. They could only collect the tax according to the number of people. When Yang Fan and his group came out this time, they brought a few sets of blank pass stations, which could be filled in at any time with their starting point and destination. The guard seals on them were all real, so naturally there were no flaws. Therefore, the tax collectors and guards did not make things difficult for them, and smoothly let them pass through the checkpoint. Ascending Luyang Pass in the morning, the gorge road is steep and deep. The stream is more than 10,000 zhang, and the surrounding trees are thousands of fathoms. The roar of the tiger resounds in the poor mountain, and the cry of the cranes in the empty forest. Traveling in the gorge, they did not hear the roar of the tiger, but a few mournful cries of the apes. There were no cranes in the sky, but there were hundreds of crows flying in the sky. Although this pass was dangerous, the road in the gorge was extremely wide and flat. This was naturally formed and could be used by carriages and horses since ancient times. Although the mountain wall was steep and it was not easy to hide on it, their carriages and horses still walked to the edge of the gorge. The concave part at the edge was nearly 2 feet wide. Even if someone threw a stone from above, they would not be able to hurt the people below. Because people often passed in the summer and snow, this was also a common road, so it was flat and not even a blade of grass grew. Huang Xuchang looked back and saw the door slowly closing, cutting off the last trace of sunset outside the gorge. He could not help but sigh leisurely. We've finally made it. But Yang Fan looked at the line of heaven and earth in front of him and said solemnly, We've finally entered Duji province. After passing Luyang Pass, there was a few miles of gorge in front of them before they could walk out. As they were moving forward, Yang Fan suddenly reined in his horse and listened attentively. Huang Xuchang saw his abnormality and quickly reined in his horse, asking, What's wrong? Yang Fan slightly frowned and said in a deep voice, There's the sound of horse hooves behind. Just as he finished speaking, everyone heard the sound of horse hooves. The sound was like thunder, and it was not just one person. They were already the last batch of people to come out of the pass, so where did the sound of horse hooves come from? What would it mean if there were hooves behind us? Everyone immediately thought of those assassins that the Wu clan sent out. Only they would have the token that could command the pass to open up. Yang Fan made a prompt decision and shouted sternly, We can't stay here for long. Let's speed up and get out of the valley. Shen Hongyi was one of Wu Qingxi's men. When he was young, he was a wanderer in Chang'an. He practiced swordsmanship and had some literary talent. Later, he was recruited by Wu Qingxi and became a guest of the Prince of Wei's mansion. Shen Hongyi was inquiring about the whereabouts of Yang Fan's group in Fengshan town when Yang Fan's group suddenly appeared in Xiangqing. Not only that, they didn't ask for the price, but they also quickly purchased a batch of mules and horses to head north. The news was quickly delivered to Shen Hongyi. Fengshan town was not far from Xiangqing, so Shen Hongyi didn't have much time to think. He immediately led his men and chased after them. His scarlet cloak fluttered behind his shoulders like a cloud of fire as he moved slowly down the gorge. In fact, there was no need to wear a cloak in this season, and it was not comfortable to ride on a horse. But this was a habit he had developed when he was a young wanderer in Chang'an. When he used the token of the Prince of Wei's mansion to open the Luyang Pass, he had already asked about the people who had similar characteristics to Yang Fan's group. Not long after, Shen Hongyi urged his horse and whipped it like rain. As they were moving forward, they suddenly saw a man standing in front of them on horseback. The sun had set and the valley was quiet. A man and a horse. The horse was bending its head to pick up a few straws left by others. The rider was sitting very loosely, his waist slightly bent. As the horse rose and fell slightly, the rider also rose and fell slightly. He was looking at the people who had suddenly caught up with him with a tranquil expression on his face. Nay, Shen Hongyi suddenly pulled the reins and forcibly reined in his horse when it was still 5 or 6 feet away from the rider. The dozens of fast horses behind him also stopped. The sound of hooves was still echoing in the valley, but they were already standing still as if they were made of iron. Yang Fan stroked the horse's mane and asked him in a clear voice, Are you passing by? Shen Hongyi's assistant, Li Daong, was startled. He shouted, Is Li Xian in your hands? Yang Fan laughed and said, As expected, you're here for the Prince of Luling. The sound of the scabbard rubbing against his body could be heard. Yang Fan had already slowly pulled out the saber in his hand. Li Daong impatiently waved his hand and shouted, "Everyone, let's go together and chop him up for me." "Wait." Shun Hongyi's eyes shone with a blazing light. Ever since he entered the Prince of Wei's mansion, he had not tasted the feeling of being a wanderer for a long time. Wanderer, riding fast and singing, drinking wine and beautiful women, drawing his sword in anger, splattering blood in 10 steps. He was already middle-aged, and there were already faint strands of silver at his temples. Wanderers were already declining, and even places like Chang'an and Luoyang were mostly legends left behind by them. Shen Hongyi very much wanted to have a taste of his hot-blooded youth. Shen Hongyi tore off his cloak and gripped the longsword in his hand. His gaze tightly locked onto Yang Fan, a dangerous smile on his face as he said, "I'll deal with him." Li Daong rolled his eyes and muttered to himself, "Here we go again. It's not like 2 gangs of ruffians are fighting, so why are you trying to show off?" Shen Hongyi kicked the horse's abdomen and urged it forward alone. He shouted, "Tell me your name and fight me! Who sent you? What a load of nonsense!" When Yang Fan said this, the first half of the sentence was still spoken at a normal speed, and his body was still riding lazily on the horse. When he said the second half, his voice tightened and his body suddenly left the saddle. Man and blade became one, and like a roaring wind, he pounced towards Shen Hongyi, who was lightly galloping towards him. At the same time, there was a series of shouts in midair. The internal guards and hundreds of cavalrymen who were climbing the rock wall and hiding on the uneven rock wall flew down at the same time. In midair, they raised their swords and sabers and slashed at their respective opponents. Those who were good at using concealed weapons even had sharp blades in their mouth. In midair, they waved their hands and threw concealed weapons like darts, flying needles, and iron caltrops at them. Shen Hongyi suddenly saw Yang Fan abandoning his horse and pouncing towards him with an imposing manner. He was shocked at first, but then there were many screams behind him. It was his own men who had fallen into the ambush. He could not help but be shocked and angry. "You are not following the rules of Jianghu, Kering." Yang Fan's saber arrived. Shen Hongyi was riding on the horse, and his movements were not much more agile than Yang Fan's. However, Yang Fan's saber borrowed the weight of his entire body, and Shen Hongyi could not do it. The sword was light and agile, and should not collide head-on with the enemy. However, he did not choose to do so, so he could only abandon his horse. However, because of the screams coming from behind him, his movements were slowed. It was too late to abandon his horse now. Shen Hongyi gritted his teeth, and could only grit his teeth and wave the sword in his hand to meet Yang Fan's saber. Yang Fan used a horizontal saber, not his long and narrow sword, an incomparably sharp scabbard. He did not feel the pain of the damage caused by the collision. This saber's momentum was vigorous, like a strong wind. Shen Hongyi met it with his sword, and with a kring sound, half of the broken sword flew into the air. The saber's momentum did not slow down, and followed the momentum to cut down. With a flash of blood, Shen Hongyi's right arm was separated from his body like the broken sword. Bang! Falling down, Yang Fan elbowed him below the left rib, breaking 4 of his ribs and sending him flying. Yang Fan pressed one hand on the saddle, curled his body that was about to hit the ground, and nimbly leaped onto the horse's back. Only then did he neatly land on the ground and spit out 4 words, "What an idiot!" The battle in the valley ended very quickly. In order to end the battle quickly, Yang Fan had no desire to continue fighting. Catching the enemy by surprise, he had instantly killed a quarter of the enemy's troop. Wu Chengxi's group was caught unprepared and simply could not form an effective counterattack. Seeing that the situation was not good, Li Daong hastily led the remaining troops to retreat in the direction of Luyang Pass. Yang Fan did not give chase either. Retreating after a small harvest, he led his men to the back of a winding road in front of him, where they all mounted their mounts and chased after the inner guards who were escorting the Prince of Luling to the entrance of the valley. The next morning, a strange group arrived in Lushan County. Some of them were riding carriages, some were riding horses, and some were riding mules. The horses included handsome and strong army horses with a brand on their buttocks, and there were also ordinary horses used by farmers to pull carts. As for mules, they were rarely used as mounts. Their people were also very strange. There were men, women, and even people who were neither male nor female. Traveling in a hurry, they often rested at night. In addition, Gu Zhuting's pouch had already used up all the medicine used to disguise themselves, so she had no time to help the inner guard girls fix their appearances. As a result, everyone gradually revealed their true appearances. Fortunately, Yang Fan had the intention of using this group to attract the attention of the assassins, so he did not care much about them restoring their appearances. As soon as the ban was lifted, the girls who had just checked into the inn immediately washed off the ointment on their faces and restored their female appearances. The innkeeper was dumbfounded to see many men and mediocre-looking women suddenly turning into a young lady with bright eyes and white teeth. Immediately afterward, the class leader of Lushan County, Wen Tian, led a group of bailiffs and bailiffs to surround the inn. Such a strange group of people had come to Lushan County, and they even had army horses. Being responsible for the security of this area, how could Wen Tian dare to be careless? The innkeeper secretly complained, afraid that he would be implicated. Who would have thought that in less than the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Wen Tian would crawl out in terror and hurriedly withdraw the bailiffs and bailiffs who had surrounded the inn, leaving the common people watching in bewilderment. After Wei Yong scared Wen Tian away, he had just put away the turtle talismans when he suddenly heard a cry of alarm coming from the room. It was Li Guo'er's voice. The hearts of the people standing in the corridor immediately tightened. If the young princess was in danger, although they did not deserve to die, the credit they had earned by risking their lives would inevitably be greatly reduced. Everyone hurriedly rushed into the room and saw Li Guo'er standing there, perfectly fine. She was only pointing at the face of the Prince of Luling, and said in panic, oh no, Sister Gu. Oh no. Father's face is damaged. This time we can't hide it anymore. What should we do?" Everyone looked over and saw the Prince of Luling standing there. The wrinkled old skin on his face had fallen off, revealing a patch of tender and fair skin. Anyone would find it hard to believe that this was a new skin on a man's face. It was clearly the smooth skin of a woman. Chapter 806. The Prince of Luling smiled and said, "It's fine, but I need to buy some medicinal ingredients to make a new disguise. This Lushan County is too small, so I'm afraid I don't have all the medicinal ingredients I need. However, some things can be replaced with other things. Even though the effect will be a bit weaker, I can still pass off as the real thing," she lightly said. "After all, it's impossible for an outsider to come to my side and take a good look at me. If an outsider really does come to my side, then whether I disguise myself or not would be of no use." Her voice was gentle and pleasing to the ear, definitely the voice of a woman. Those who had heard her voice knew that this was her, Gu Zhuting. In fact, even though Yang Fan had already announced that the prince was fake and that Miss Gu was in disguise, she had always used the Prince of Luling's voice and appearance regardless of who was in front of or behind them. Her mannerisms were also exactly the same as the Prince of Luling. She usually had a wooden appearance, and when she encountered an enemy, her panicked and slow reactions were also completely the same. In the beginning, everyone secretly praised Miss Gu for being able to pass off the fake as the real one, but gradually, many people began to have their suspicions. They thought that Yang Xiaowei was pretending to be the real Prince of Luling, and that this fake Prince of Luling was the real one. However, when the Prince of Luling opened his mouth and confirmed that it was indeed Gu Zhuting's voice, and there was even a patch of skin that definitely belonged to a woman on her face, everyone couldn't help but believe that Yang Xiaowei was really so bold as to only have Su Liang and Gaoing escort the prince as they left. Yang Fan frowned and said, "Our plan to attract the assassins and pave the way for the prince has just begun. At this time, we absolutely cannot let the assassins see through us. I'll accompany you to find the medicinal ingredients you need. You must immediately disguise yourself again." The Prince of Luling nodded in agreement. Li Guo excitedly said, "I'll go too. I've been holding myself back for so long." The young princess was currently the most distinguished person among them. Since she had made a request in front of everyone, Yang Fan couldn't very well refuse, and could only agree. Lan Yiqing said, "Xiaowei, the sisters also need to go out and buy some things. We've used up a lot of things along the way, so the sisters are in a sorry state. I'm afraid we'll have to face many dangers from now on, and our chances of entering the city will be greatly reduced. So, you see." When Lan Yiqing said this, many female guards quietly blushed. It was more troublesome for women to go out than men. Even when they were disguised as men, they were still women inside. The things they needed were not rouge, face powder, or eyebrow makeup, but some things that had to be prepared because of the different physiological characteristics of men and women. Although Lan Yiqing said it implicitly, it was inevitable that the female guards would feel a little embarrassed when he mentioned it in front of so many men. Yang Fan thought about it and said, "All right. In any case, there's nothing to look after in the shop. Aside from the injured ones, everyone else can go out for a walk. But remember, each group must have at least 2 people, and one of them must be a woman. You fellows from the 100 Cavalry Division are brave and fierce, and love to cause trouble. I don't want another incident like Fong Ling to happen. Internal guards, keep an eye on them." Everyone agreed to go out in group. Some even formed groups of several people. When the room was empty, leaving only Yang Fan, the Prince of Luling, Li Guo, and Huang Xuchang, Yang Fan said to Huang Xuchang in a low voice, "Lushan County is the first city we must pass on our way back north. They must have a contact here. If the traitor is going to make a move, it will be today." Huang Xuchang's eyes widened, revealing a trace of ferocious murderous intent. "I understand. Wait for me to drag out this traitorous bastard, humph, humph." An official who was passing by recently checked into the inn in Lushan County. No one knew his specific identity, and no one knew where he was going. For a long time, the officials who passed by this place, unless they were not in a hurry on official business, wanted to see the scenery along the way, or wanted to visit local relatives and friends, otherwise they would not stay in the inn for more than 2 days. Mount Lu was a small county with no unique scenery. That was why the people at the post house had never seen anyone stay in the post house for 8 or 9 days. This time they had finally seen it. This official, surnamed Li Dingxin, stayed in the inn in Lushan County for 9 days and did not have any intention of leaving. However, he was personally escorted here by the county magistrate, so the people in the inn didn't dare to ask too many questions. They only cared about serving him 3 meals a day, cold drinks and hot soup, and didn't let this noble person find fault with them. In any case, whether it was living or eating, they did not need to spend money from their home. This noble named Li Dingxin traveled all over the world and stayed here for 9 days. Every day there would be people coming to the inn to look for him. They acted mysteriously, and no one knew what they were up to. Thinking that it was better to avoid trouble, the inn's deputy pretended to be deaf and mute and did not ask any questions. In the afternoon, a man named Li Daong barged into the inn. He had a shoulder injury, and he looked like a fiend, like a fugitive. The deputy tried to stop him, but he was slapped in the face. The other party flashed the tortoise talisman, and only then did the deputy know that this damned vicious bandit was actually one of the family warriors of the Prince of Wei. The deputy did not dare to stop him and let him barge in. Immediately, a wave of cursing came from inside Li Dingxin's official residence. Listening to the sound, it was Li Daong cursing at Li Dingxin, and then Li Dingxin cursed at Li Daong. The two of them were cursing to their heart's content, and the deputy heard them from afar, and could not help but feel pleased. However, hearing the two of them talk about the Prince of Liang and the Prince of Wei, the deputy was not stupid. He knew that the two of them had an extraordinary background, and their movements were so secretive. He was afraid that they might be involved in some shady business. Afraid that he would get into trouble, he did not dare to listen, and hurriedly ran away. Listening to the two of them smashing tables and throwing chairs at each other, he secretly laughed. At dusk, another person dressed like a peddler also came to the inn to look for someone. The deputy, who had been slapped in the morning, had learned his lesson. This time, he did not directly chase the person away. After asking about the person's origins, he found that the person was indeed looking for Li Dingxin. The deputy did not dare to delay, and hurriedly brought the person to see Li Dingxin, and then obediently left. "What did you say?" Hearing the peddler's report, Li Dingxin was shocked. He suddenly stood up from behind the table, and grabbed the peddler's collar. Staring at him, he asked, "Is this true?" The peddler forcefully nodded and said with certainty, "Absolutely true. This is the information this lowly one has received." After that Yang Fan was ambushed at Gusui town, he thought of this method. He took the risk of letting the Prince of Luling go north alone, and he made a fake Prince of Luling to attract our attention. Li Dingxin gritted his teeth and said, "That trash Wachilin usually boasted so much, but didn't he still fail on the verge of success?" "Humph." The peddler probed, "Today, I heard someone say that there are countless corpses on the Luyang Pass. Could it be that our people fought with them?" Li Dingxin said, "It's not our people, it's Prince of Wei's people. They're also a bunch of trash. That idiot Shen Hongyi is dead, and that bastard Li Daong still came." At this point, Li Dingxin suddenly stopped, and his expression changed. "Not good." Before that servant Li Daong left, he said that he wanted to gather his troop. Even if he had to fight openly, he wanted to bury them here. If he gathered all the people scattered on the roads here, wouldn't that be falling right into Yang Fan's plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain? No. I have to go find him. Li Dingxin hurriedly took 2 steps, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly called over a subordinate and carefully instructed him, "Go quickly. A man, a woman, and an old man in his 50s. This kind of target is really hard to find." After sending the subordinate away, Li Dingxin hurriedly left. By the time he arrived at the inn that Li Daong was staying at, Li Daong's group had already paid the bill and left, leaving only a few disabled people wailing in the inn. When he asked them about Li Daong's whereabouts, these people stared at each other, unable to say anything. Li Dingxin was so angry that he slammed the door and left. The people who went to the county to buy personal items returned to the inn one after another. Not long after the last person returned, Huang Xuchang hurried back. When he arrived at Yang Fan's room and saw that there was no one there, he went to the bedroom of Prince of Luling. Only then did he see Yang Fan sitting there. The inner room's curtains were drawn, and he could see Prince of Luling dressing up in front of a mirror. Although men also needed to comb their hair and tidy up their appearance in front of a mirror, if they were to dress up like a woman, elegance would inevitably turn into horror. Huang Xuchang only took a glance and shivered. This was clearly a man in his 50s with a plump body and a face full of wrinkles. His fingers were bent like an orchid, and his movements were as romantic as a woman's. How could Huang Xuchang dare to look at him again? The moment Yang Fan saw him, he hurriedly went up to greet him. Without waiting for him to speak, he cut him off. "Follow me, we'll talk in my residence." Yang Fan brought Huang Xuchang to his residence, and Huang Xuchang immediately knelt on one knee and cupped his fists in apology. Yang Fan asked in surprise, "Commander Huang, what are you doing?" Huang Xuchang said with shame and hatred, "This lowly officer has failed the commandant's trust." Yang Fan's expression sank. "What is it?" Huang Xuchang said, "The spy. I didn't find out." Yang Fan frowned. "Tell me the details." Huang Xuchang said, "After they left, we kept a close eye on them. The inner guards have received my instructions to keep a close eye on all the suspicious people. These people mostly go to wine and meat shops. They don't dare to buy wine, so most of them buy things like pig's head meat and pig's ears. Huang Xuchang said. Other than that, they wandered around, and although they came into contact with the people in the marketplace, they didn't buy anything. I increased the surveillance on everyone they came into contact with and everyone they spoke to without being heard. In the end, there was nothing unusual. After they left, those people they came into contact with didn't leave in a hurry either. Yang Fan said quietly, "There must be a spy. The news must have been leaked. It's not that there are no suspicious people, it's just that we didn't discover it." Huang Xuchang nodded. "Yes. This Huang is slow-witted and ruined the Commandant's plan. Commandant, please punish me." Yang Fan suddenly smiled. He quickly walked forward and held Huang Xuchang's arm to help him up. He said, "If it was leaked, then it was leaked. What's the big deal? Commander Huang, you don't need to blame yourself. This was a huge disaster, and he said it like it was nothing." Chapter 807. Early the next morning, Yang Fan and his party were ready to set off. The innkeeper, who did not know anything about them, leaned against the door frame and secretly rejoiced that these monsters who could scare the hell out of his squad leader had finally left. Yang Fan and his party left Lushan County under the enthusiastic gaze of the innkeeper. Yang Fan and his party had appeared in Lushan County in order to attract the attention of the assassins. Although the plan to lure the snake out of its hole had failed and the news had been leaked, the assassins might not be able to learn of the latest news in time. Moreover, the assassins were not from just one faction. The assassins from other factions would receive the news even later, so they would still be surrounded and intercepted. The goal of Yang Fan and his party was to attract the attention of the assassins and create the conditions for the Prince of Luling to return to the capital. Thus, as long as the truth had not been discovered by the assassins from all factions, they would still be valuable and would still become assassination target. For this reason, Yang Fan had very cautiously dispatched sentries to advance. He wanted to attract the firepower, not to actually run into the encirclement and lose his life. Not far from the city, news came from the outpost that there were nearly 100 horsemen guarding the main road leading to Longxing County. With so many people wielding sharp blades and riding on horseback, it was impossible to hide. It seemed that someone had reached the end of their patience and directly changed from assassins to bandits, intending to openly make a move. Yang Fan and his party immediately turned east, leaving the main road and fleeing into the wilderness. It was Li Daong who had set up a battle formation on the main road. He had gathered Wu Chengxi's men together, intending to fight to the death with Yang Fan. Unexpectedly, Yang Fan and his party avoided the battle and fled into the wilderness. Upon hearing the news, Li Daong immediately led his army to attack. As the two sides chased after each other, they reached the foot of the plateau, where more assassins of unknown origin rushed over and joined the battle. Yang Fan fought as he retreated southward, all the way to Yi County, where he fled to a high mountain at dusk. Fortunately, Yang Fan was not in the mood to fight, and the Prince of Luling was a fake. At the critical moment, the fake Prince of Luling simply abandoned the carriage and mounted a fine horse, so he escaped very quickly and did not cause too many casualties to the guards. On the hill, Li Guo limped towards Yang Fan. She was not good at horsemanship, so Lan Yiqing and the other female guards took turns to carry her. Her thighs were swollen, and it was difficult for her to walk, like a child learning how to walk. Li Guo looked worriedly at the pursuers at the foot of the mountain and said worriedly, "We are trapped here." Yang Fan smiled faintly and comforted him, "It's fine. Behind us is a continuous mountain range. As long as we hide inside, they won't be able to catch us even if they send an army of tens of thousands." Hearing this, Li Guo felt a little more at ease. Zhang Shidong looked down the hill and asked worriedly, "Will they attack the mountain?" Yang Fan said in a deep voice, "I hope they will attack the mountain. There are 100 people at the foot of the mountain. If we can attract their attention here, hee hee." Yang Fan had not yet announced that there was a spy among them and that the real whereabouts of the Prince of Luling had already been revealed to the assassins. Therefore, these cavalrymen and internal guards all thought that their mission was still to act as live targets to attract the assassins, and thus deeply believed in Yang Fan's word. At the foot of the mountain, the two groups of assassins who had pursued the Prince of Luling all the way here gathered together and seemed to be reporting their identities to each other. After a brief pause, they cooperated and abandoned their horses, pressing up the mountain. The cavalrymen and internal guards who had escaped to the top of the mountain had just caught a breath. Seeing that the enemy was coming up the mountain, they had no choice but to brace themselves and prepare to defend. At this time, under the setting sun, several fast horses suddenly galloped over from afar and soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. After a while, the people watching the horses at the foot of the mountain suddenly shouted loudly, calling down the assassins who had just climbed halfway up the mountain. The cavalrymen and internal guards on the mountain looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what had happened. They saw the assassins descend the mountain, mount their horses, and gallop away in a cloud of dust. The cavalrymen and internal guards on the mountain couldn't help but be dumbfounded at this sight. Wei Yong scratched the back of his head and said in astonishment, "Strange, why are these assassins running away like their mother has died? Are they rushing back to attend the funeral?" Zhang Shitong suddenly came to his senses and cried out, "Not good! They must have found out the secret that the Prince of Luling is not here." Wei Yong glanced at him and said disdainfully, "What do you know? How could they possibly know?" Before he could finish, his expression changed. The two of them looked at each other and said in unison, "There's a spy." Yang Fan said calmly, "That's right. There's a spy among us." His gaze suddenly swept across the crowd and saw that everyone was shocked. Yu Ziqing angrily said, "There's a spy among us? Who's the spy?" Everyone looked around in confusion, all of them revealing vigilant expressions. Some people had already subconsciously pulled away from the people around them. Yang Fan coldly looked at them and faintly smiled, saying, "There's indeed a spy, but fortunately—" His gaze quickly swept across the faces of the crowd before he continued, "Fortunately, the spy has already fallen into my trap." Everyone looked at him in astonishment. Huang Xuchang couldn't help but ask, "Fallen into a trap? What kind of trap?" Yang Fan looked at him with a smile and asked, "What?" Commander Huang finally couldn't stand it anymore. Huang Xuchang was first startled and then flew into a rage. "What are you saying? Are you saying that I'm a spy? I'm just asking the question that everyone wants to ask." Yang Fan gently applauded and said with a smile, "Wonderful! Truly wonderful! Commander Huang, it's really been hard on you. With your cultivation, I feel that you should be sent to the palace to be a performer. Perhaps you can even reach the position of high priest. Ha." "What the hell are you talking about?" Huang Xuchang was furious and wanted to charge at Yang Fan. Unexpectedly, the Prince of Luling, standing next to Yang Fan, suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost. A cold light flashed in his palm, and a sharp dagger was pressed tightly against his heart. Huang Xuchang immediately didn't dare to move. Huang Xuchang was so furious that his chest heaved up and down as he shouted, "Yang Fan! Today you have to make things clear to me. Today you have wrongly accused me, so this enmity between us is set in stone. If you don't give me an explanation, I won't let this matter rest." Yang Fan lightly said, "Explanation? Of course I have to give you an explanation." He looked at the hundreds of cavalrymen and inner guards who had gathered around him, and said, "I believe that everyone must be curious as to how I discovered the spy and how I uncovered him, right?" "That's right," Zhang Shitong said excitedly. "Lieutenant Yang, don't be mistaken. Commander Huang, he has been our brother for many years. How could he be a spy who betrayed everyone?" Yang Fan said, "I will give you a reason, but before I give it, let me first tell you how I discovered the spy and what I did afterwards." Yang Fan slowly walked a few steps on the hillside with his hands behind his back. the night breeze fluttered his clothes, making him look like a jade tree facing the wind. That day we were ambushed at Guswee Town. It was a very remote place, and logically speaking, even if the assassins had enough manpower to plant eyes and ears there, it was impossible for them to arrange so many assassins there, and it was even more impossible for them to make arrangements in advance. But they did it, so how do you explain this? From then on, I knew that there must be a spy among us. If we don't catch this spy, we will definitely be unable to move an inch. But to catch him is easier said than done, so I racked my brains and came up with a plan to lure out the spy. Yang Fan looked at everyone and said with a heavy tone, "Not only did I lure out the spy, I also wanted to use this spy." Lan Yiqing said in a loud voice, "Lieutenant Yang, although I am one of the people who participated in this plan of yours, to be honest, I don't know much about your overall plan. You better explain it clearly." Yang Fan smiled and said, "All right. The first thing I did was to make the arrangements on the mountain, to disguise as a fake Prince of Luling and thus cover for the real Prince of Luling. But, different from what you know, the one who has always been with us is not the fake Prince of Luling, but the real one." Everyone was at a loss when they heard this. Really? This person who is pointing a dagger at Commander Huang, he is the real Prince of Luling? When did the Prince of Luling become so skilled in martial arts? The skin on his face that was torn yesterday in the inn, and what's with his voice? Yang Fan said, "It's like this. After I found out that there was a spy, I suspected everyone except the inner guards. The reason why I didn't suspect the inner guards was because they already knew what we were going to do before we left the capital. If the spy was among them, it would have been impossible for us to bring back a living Prince of Luling from Huangzhuling." Li Guo'er gazed at Yang Fan, who was speaking with confidence and composure. An indescribable expression appeared in her eyes. She was one of the people who participated in the overall plan, and in her eyes, the wisdom of this man before her was far beyond her reach. She felt an impulse to crawl at his feet when facing someone who was far stronger than her. Yang Fan said, "So, I wanted to eliminate them one by one and find the spy. At that time, the one who was escorted by Miss Gao Ying and Commander Su Liang down the mountain was actually not the Prince of Luling, but this Miss Gu. I had instructed Miss Gao Ying to do her best to create an opportunity for Su Liang to be alone with Miss Gu, who was disguised as the Prince of Luling. If he was the spy, he would definitely make a move. In the end, Su Liang didn't make a move, so of course he wasn't the spy. That night we spent the night in the forest. Because His Highness has nightmares, Princess didn't dare to sleep and could only carefully guard His Highness. Whenever there are nightmares, there will always be a reaction. At that time, Princess would wake His Highness up to prevent the spy from confirming that this was the real His Highness. After all, the spy could also be one of us. Commander Su, who had been tested, was led by Miss Gao and Miss Gu. They followed the secret marks that I left behind and caught up to us. Princess took advantage of the night to invite the prince to follow and protect him. The direction they went was the forest that I had arranged for the guards to guard. It was in that forest that the real and fake prince were switched. Chapter 808. From then on, the one with us was the fake Wangya, while the real Wangya left with Miss Gao Ying and Brigade Commander Su. At this time, the news that we arranged for Wangya to act alone had not spread, and it was much safer for Wangya to act alone than with us. After that, we arrived at Xiangqing, and Wangya, under the escort of Gao Ying and Brigade Commander Su, passed through Luoyang Pass first. Because Wangya's health was not good, and he couldn't take a carriage or a horse, he was too big of a target, so he hid after passing Luoyang Pass according to my previous arrangement. The Wangya you saw in the inn in Lushan County was still Miss Gu. After that, I allowed everyone to go out on the streets, giving the traitor a chance to send the news. I pretended to go with Miss Gu to buy the medicine needed for the disguise, but in fact, I was secretly watching the most suspicious people among you. At this point, Yang Fan smiled at Huang Xuchang, who had an ugly expression on his face, and teased, "Of course, I told Commander Huang that he and the inner guards should keep an eye on the suspicious ones among you, while Miss Gu and I went to buy the disguise medicine. Brigade Commander Huang, you didn't expect that I was behind you when you were watching others and secretly informing your spies, right?" Huang Xuchang angrily said, "Bullshit. If I was a traitor, why would I risk my life in Gusui Town? I killed several assassins who rushed to Wang Ye's bedroom." Yang Fan leisurely said, "Of course. At that time, you knew that Wang Ye had been moved by me, and only I was waiting in the room. Would you choose to expose your identity? They are not your blood brothers. In order to protect yourself, what can't you do?" Huang Xuchang angrily stared at Yang Fan, and after a long time, suddenly smiled sinisterly. "Smart. Really smart. I can't believe that you've been telling me everything and discussing it with me. In the end, even I've fallen into your scheme. Yang Fan, you're really smart." As soon as Huang Xuchang said this, there was no doubt that he admitted his identity. Everyone suddenly burst into an uproar. Yu Ziqin, Zhang Shitong, Wei Yong, and the others suddenly burst into an uproar. Tianyan, whose arm was cut to the bone and was likely to be disabled, even glared at Huang Xuchang with tears in his eyes. "Hello! Hello! I called you Big Brother in vain, followed you through life and death, you beast in human form." Huang Xuchang suddenly shouted crazily, "Shut up! I bathed in blood on the battlefield, and went through life and death several times, so what? Am I not just a little brigade commander? As long as I complete this task, Wei Wang will promise to make me a general. Being a great general, bringing honor to your ancestors and bringing good fortune to your descendants. If you were me, would you be willing to say no to such benefits?" What answered him was a heavy thump. Tianyan spat on his face. Yang Fan's eyes flashed and he immediately asked, "Are you someone sent by King Wei?" Huang Xuchang sneered and said, "Now that I've already fallen into your hands, you can do whatever you want to me. Why are you still asking so much?" I lost, what? Wang Ye on Wang Ye I Lu Commander, Ling Wang, has sent on saying, Wang on you Wang Ye has. Wang Wang is. They already know the truth. The Prince of Luling can't escape. Once he dies, all of you will die. On the road to the Yellow Springs, I'm just one step ahead. Everyone was furious. Wei Yong and Zhang Shitong were about to draw their sabers and cut him down when Yang Fan raised his hand to stop them. He sneered at Huang Xuchang. "I'll have to disappoint you on this point. I still have to thank you for sending out the news, letting them know that the Prince of Luling is not with us. This way we can protect His Highness safely on his way back to the capital." Huang Xuchang was dumbfounded and his expression slowly changed. "What do you mean?" Yang Fan smiled. "As I said, His Highness is not in good health and can't ride a carriage. He won't be able to travel long on horseback, so after passing Luyang Pass, he went into hiding according to my arrangements." Yang Fan smiled and pointed at a cluster of buildings in the distance. "His Highness is currently hiding in Yi County. We'll immediately go pick him up and travel day and night to Luoyang. By the time your people are still searching for traces of His Highness's party of 3, we'll have already safely arrived at Luoyang." "You treacherous villain!" Huang Xuchang's hopes were dashed and he madly charged at Yang Fan. With a pop, Gu Zhuting, who was disguised as the Prince of Luling, stabbed him in the chest and kicked him into the air, sending him rolling down a grassy slope. Those who sold their brothers for riches and glory were only fit to be buried in the wilderness and fed on the bellies of wolves. Yang Fan sneered and said to Gu Zhuting, who had just wiped the blood off her saber, "I'll have to trouble you next. Continue to disguise yourself as His Highness and show yourself in a few places from time to time. They should be completely convinced by Huang Xuchang's news, and with your occasional appearance, it should be enough to attract their attention. When they want to find you, just remove your disguise. I believe they won't be able to find you then." Gu Zhuting nodded. In that case, there's no need to have people follow me. Too many people will make it inconvenient to move around. When needed, I can hire 2 people to help me put on an act. This will only confuse them even more. Yang Fan pondered for a moment and then said with concern, "Then, be careful." Gu Zhuting nodded and smiled sweetly. The Prince of Luling's sweet smile sent a chill down everyone's spine. By the time Yang Fan's group arrived at Yi County, the city gates were already closed. Yang Fan's group was now ignored by dogs and was not worried that the assassins would cause trouble for them. Moreover, the louder they made a ruckus, the less suspicious the assassins would be. As a result, they changed their usual low profile and directly flashed the turtle talismans of the guards and guards, telling them to open the city gates and break into the city. Upon hearing the news, the county magistrate of Yi County hurriedly came to welcome them. The group didn't state the purpose of their visit and just stayed in the county's inn. After taking a hot bath and a hot meal, they relaxed to their heart's content. After entering the city, Yang Fan left with Lan Yiqing, Wei Yong, and Zhang Shidong. Led by Yang Fan, they shuttled through the alleys of the county. It was unknown what marks Gowing had left behind, but Yang Fan led them here and there until they finally found the Prince of Luling, Su Liang, and Gao Ying at the end of a small alley. Yang Fan brought the 3 of them back to the inn. Only then did everyone settle down. After breakfast the next morning, Yang Fan gathered everyone and solemnly said, "Although we used a trick to deceive the assassins and eliminate the traitor, a long night is fraught with trouble. We have a heavy responsibility on our shoulders. As long as Your Highness doesn't arrive at the capital, we can't relax. I've already asked Yi County to prepare fast horses for us. All the injured will stay here and recuperate. The rest will follow me to escort Your Highness to the capital." Gao Ying cheerfully said, "Good. It's a distance of 300 li from Yi County to Luoyang. If we rapidly march, we can travel 150 li in 1 day and 2 days to reach Luoyang." Wei Yong interrupted her. "Commandant Gao, with His Highness's health, I'm afraid he won't be able to travel that fast." Gao Ying said, "In that case, 100 li a day should be possible. If we travel 100 li a day, we can reach Luoyang by the 3rd day at the latest." Yang Fan shook his head. "Do you think those assassins are idiots for us to march at such a rapid pace? Within 100 li, we'll still move ostentatiously and confuse them. We'll march this 100 li in 2 days. On the 3rd day, we'll pick up speed and travel at a speed of 150 li a day. On the 4th day, we'll reach Luoyang by noon. This way, Your Highness's body should be able to endure it. Moreover, the assassins won't be able to react in time. Even if they realize that they've been tricked, they won't be able to give chase." Everyone nodded in agreement. Prince Luling said gratefully, "For the sake of Li Xian's life, these warriors have gone through fire and water and risked their lives. Li Xian, I really don't know how to thank you." Li Guo'er smiled. "In the future, if father can win the favor of Imperial Grandmother and be entrusted with a great task, at that time, don't forget these warriors who have sworn to follow you to death." Prince Luling repeatedly said, "Of course, don't dare to forget." The group of people had decided on a plan and immediately set out. They arrived at Wuyang on the same day and Xiangqing on the next. They bypassed Mount Lu and Longxing counties and went straight from Jia City to Luoyang. Along the way, they moved slowly and deliberately showed off. They stayed 1 night in Wuyang and 1 night in Xiangqing. On the 3rd day, after leaving Xiangqing, they suddenly sped up and passed through Jia City as fast as lightning, heading straight for Ruzhou. In order to prevent others from figuring out their current whereabouts, they spent the night outside Ruzhou. The next morning, they suddenly entered the city and urgently replenished some food and water. They immediately left without stopping, bypassing Yingyang on the same night. At this time, on their left was Dragon Gate Ek, on their right was Dengfeng, and in front of them was the eastern capital, Luoyang. With victory in sight, everyone was extremely excited. However, because they had been hurrying all the way, they were tired and their horses were tired. In addition, the moon and stars were dim tonight. One of the horses had already broken its leg due to exhaustion and the unclear path. It was really difficult for them to continue. Everyone gritted their teeth and continued for a while. Wei Yong couldn't help but say to Yang Fan, "Erlang, we really can't go on. Now that we have arrived here, there shouldn't be any more danger. Why don't we find a place to rest and continue tomorrow morning? We will reach Luoyang before noon." Yang Fan also urged his horse to move forward. The horse's legs were heavy as if it had sunk into a swamp. The horse's breathing was heavy and sweat was dripping down its mane. Hearing Wei Yong's words and seeing that everyone really couldn't move, he could only nod his head in agreement. Yang Fan looked around and saw that it was a vast wilderness. There was only a flash of light in front of them on the left. He wasn't sure if it was the Yi River or a tributary of the Luo River. He pointed with his horsewhip and said, "Let's spend the night there." Everyone was already exhausted. Hearing that they could finally rest, they cheered up and struggled to the riverside. Some of them fell off their horses and lay there motionless, not even bothering to take off their sleeping bags. Li Guo had been sitting in the carriage for a day, but her whole body was sore and numb. She wanted to jump on the ground and run 2 laps to relieve her fatigue. When the carriage stopped, she jumped down. Seeing Yang Fan standing beside the flowing water and looking ahead, she slowly walked to his side and said in a low voice, "You are really good." Yang Fan smiled and didn't say anything. Li Guo bit her lip and said gently, "My man is capable, my heart is very happy." Chapter 809. Yang Fan smiled and said, "I'm very tired, so let's rest early. The closer we are to Luoyang, the more we can't let our efforts go to waste. We'll set off when the sky is barely bright, and we'll reach Luoyang by noon." After saying that, Yang Fan crouched down to wash his face before walking away. Li Guo lightly curled her lips and muttered, "What's there to be proud of? When I become a princess, Before she could finish, Li Guo had already turned around and walked toward the carriage. In front of the carriage, the Prince of Luling had just gotten off the carriage with the help of Su Liang and Gao Ying. He was currently stretching his arms and legs. Yang Fan looked at them from afar and chuckled softly, an unfathomable expression on his face. In the deep of the night, the sleeping Wei Yong suddenly felt his heart palpitate. Opening his eyes, he saw a black figure squatting in front of him. Startled, Wei Yong reached out to touch the steel saber under his pillow, but that person stopped him and shouted, "It's me!" Startled, Wei Yong exclaimed, "Erlang!" Looking around, it was still dark and the sky was still dark. Wei Yong asked, "What are you doing in front of me instead of sleeping?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "It won't be too late to sleep somewhere else. Wake up now." Bewildered, Wei Yong sat up. Yang Fan had already walked away and was patting the second person awake. Originally, after a day's journey, everyone was extremely tired. At this time, their bodies had not yet recovered and were sore all over, but they were woken up by Yang Fan one by one. Everyone was a little baffled. Yang Fan said, "Let's leave this place immediately and sleep somewhere else." Li Guo opened her sleepy eyes and poked her head out of the carriage, grumbling, "Why do we have to leave all of a sudden?" Yang Fan didn't reply, only urging everyone to saddle up their horses and carriages and get ready to move. About half an hour later, everyone was finally ready. Yang Fan said, "Follow closely, we're leaving now." No one knew where he was going, so they could only follow him. Yang Fan walked along the riverbank. After walking for about 2 miles, the sky had already begun to brighten. A small bridge appeared in front of him. The bridge was very narrow, only allowing 1 person and 1 horse to cross. Yang Fan smiled and said, "It's here. Abandon the carriage and cross the river." Zhang Shitong was startled. "Lieutenant, crossing the river is the road to Dragon's Gate." "That's right," Yang Fan said, "let's go back through Dragon Gate. Wang Ye is returning to the capital, it's a good omen." Wei Yong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A good omen? I say, Erlang, you still have the mood to be so carefree at this time. We have to walk dozens of miles from here to the Dragon Gate. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt two hard things pressing against his waist. When he turned around, he saw Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing standing behind him, smiling at him, but their eyes were cold as ice. The smile on Wei Yong's face froze. The group crossed the bridge, and Yang Fan ordered, "Destroy the bridge completely." Immediately, 200 cavalry rushed forward and completely destroyed the small bridge that the villagers had built to cross the river. Many people hadn't noticed Wei Yong's abnormality. Wei Yong stood there stiffly and didn't have any reaction. He only used a frightening gaze to follow Yang Fan slowly. The torches were like spots of starlight, dancing in the distant night sky as they got closer and closer. Not only were there torches on the road from Luoyang, there was also a large group of torches from Yingyang. The two groups were getting closer and closer, and it was obvious that they were galloping. Li Daong led his men and was out of breath from running. When he saw a group of people coming from afar, he immediately raised his guard and ordered his subordinates to be on guard. The two groups stopped a stone's throw away and shouted a few words from afar. Only then did he realize that it was the people who were coming from Luoyang to provide support. Li Daong was relieved and led his men to continue forward. At the same time, he was secretly puzzled. The two groups had already met, but he still hadn't seen Yang Fan's group. Could it be that they had grown wings and flown into the sky? If they were to stop in the forest halfway, their actions would probably be seen by them, and they would alert the enemy. Seeing that the two groups were about to meet, Li Daong suddenly pulled on the reins and bent down to look at the ground. "Light up!" Li Daong ordered. A few of the cavalry lowered their torches and saw a belt on the ground. It was pointing diagonally at the grass by the side of the road. Li Daong revealed a sinister smile and shouted, "Go down and search along the river bank for me." After Li Daong finished speaking, many of the wolf-like imperial guards rushed down the road while Li Daong quickly rode to meet the people on the other side. "Brother Jing." Li Daong cupped his hands at the person coming up to meet him. This person was tall and had broad shoulders, fierce eyebrows, and leopard-like eyes. He looked very fierce, and his name was Jing Yu. He was also one of Wu Sanxi's fierce generals. Jing Yu cupped his hands at him and returned the greeting. "Brother Li," Li Daong said, "Your Highness received this little brother's messenger pigeon?" Jing Yu said, "I received it. This Yang Fan is too cunning. He mixed the truth with the lies and made us exhausted. His granny. But don't worry, this time he definitely won't be able to enter Luoyang. Not only did your Highness send me here, but he also ordered people to guard the city gates. He won't let them take a single step in." Just as he was speaking, there was a loud shout from the riverside. Li Daong and Zheng Yu quickly rode their horses to the riverside. They saw that the ground was a mess and there were many sleeping bags that they didn't have time to put away. Li Daong said, "They must have rested here last night. They shouldn't have gone far." Zheng Yu excitedly said, "Chase. Once this merit is made, you and I will enjoy endless riches and honor in our lives." There were weeds and footprints on the riverside. These people searched carefully and followed the traces all the way. Soon, they arrived at the small bridge. At this time, the sky was already bright. Although the sun had not risen from the horizon, it was early summer, and the earth was already bright. Their torches had been extinguished, and only wisps of smoke were still curling up from the torches. These people held the smoking torches and stared at the broken bridge in front of them. Jing Yu gritted his teeth and said, "He's really as cunning as a ghost and as cunning as a fox. This bastard went to Dragon Gate." Li Daong said with a gloomy face, "No matter how cunning he is, he won't be able to enter Luoyang. Brother Jing, immediately send a message back. I will bring people to find a way to cross the river. Let's let that person die on Dragon Gate Mountain." Dragon Gate Hot Spring Supervisor. Yang Fan soaked in the hot spring for a full hour. His fatigue was washed away. He felt refreshed and refreshed. Yang Fan came out in a bathrobe. As soon as he saw Xue Tangqing waiting there, he smiled and nodded. Xue Tangqing, thank you for your trouble. Xue Tangqing, who was dressed in a green robe, had a hooked nose, 2 fleshy cheeks and a mustache, quickly said to his old superior, Captain is too polite. Captain, you brought hundreds of cavalry and internal guards here in a hurry. Is there something important? Yang Fan glanced at him and said with a deep meaning, It's not that I don't want to tell you. It's just that it's better for Xue Tangqing not to know about this matter. Xue Tangqing's heart skipped a beat and he quickly shut his mouth. Yang Fan said, The people I brought with me are the 100 cavalry and the inner guards. This time they left the palace on an imperial edict. After a long and arduous journey, it was not easy for us to return to the capital. Mayor Xue Tangqing, please prepare some fine wine and food for them. As for the Sinong Nong Temple, I will inform them. Xue Tangqing quickly said, No need to tell me. Your humble officer has already arranged it. Feeling uneasy, Xue Tangqing casually said a few words and excused himself. After changing his clothes, Yang Fan went to the outer room. He saw Wei Yong sitting at the table in a daze, like a wooden statue. Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing stood on his left and right, still standing behind him. As soon as he saw Yang Fan come in, Wei Yong slowly raised his head and looked at him with a somewhat sluggish gaze. Yang Fan said to Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing in a friendly manner, You 2 ladies have worked hard. Go take a bath and rest. Gao Ying pouted her lips at Wei Yong. Yang Fan smiled and said, No problem. The 2 ladies also believe that with Yang Fan's skill, Wei Yong will not be able to do anything to him. Thus, they complied and left. Yang Fan slowly sat down in front of Wei Yong. A difficult smile slowly appeared on Wei Yong's face. How did you discover me? He asked quietly. Yang Fan said, Because you were too careless after Commander Huang's death. We stopped at Wuyang City and Xiangqing City for a night each. You didn't forget to send a message to both places. It's hard for me not to discover you. Wei Yong sighed softly and silently closed his eyes. Yang Fan looked at him with a pained expression. Brother Wei, I really don't want to see our old friends end up like this. Wei Yong said in a stupefied voice, I never thought that the struggle for the world would cause us brothers to meet on the battlefield. When I accepted King Liang's benefits, I never thought that this day would come. Actually, I've only accepted benefits from King Liang all this time. I haven't done anything else. This time, I didn't know what you were after when you brought us south. I didn't contact King Liang either. It was only when something happened in Fangling and I was thrown into prison that I learned your goal. Ever since I joined King Liang's side, I became one of King Liang's people. I couldn't just watch him fall. At that time, I didn't have any way to contact King Liang, so I took the risk of using a military relay station to send a message to the capital. Fortunately, no one made things difficult for them when they heard that it was a letter from the Liang manor. Only after that did I receive an order from King Liang on the way back, and I obtained a way to contact others. Yang Fan said sadly, One wrong step, and I became a thief in the end. Wei Yong's face twitched a few times. He became agitated. Thief? Who's a thief? If I succeed, I'll be a king. If I fail, I'll be a thief. Yang Fan shook his head. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Wei Yong sneered. How do you know that your path is correct? Huang Xuchang is a brigade marshal, and his rank is higher than mine. Wasn't he bribed by King Wei in the end? Yang Fan fell silent for a moment. Then, he said slowly, Brigade Marshal Huang is not a traitor. Wei Yong's body trembled. His eyes widened in shock. His voice trembled as he said, What did you say? Yang Fan raised his voice and enunciated every word clearly. I said, Huang Xuchang is not a traitor. Wei Yong stared at Yang Fan as if he had seen a ghost. Yang Fan said, What I told you on the mountain in Yi County was almost all true, including the fact that I was spying on Brigade Marshal Huang. Only one thing was false, and that was that I discovered that Brigade Marshal Huang was a traitor. You hit it very well, very well. I tried to bait you again and again, but I couldn't fish you out. But with a traitor by your side, we couldn't complete our mission. That was why, after the plan to lure the snake out of its hole failed, I discussed it with Brigade Marshal Huang and set up a trap. I already found out that the person staying in the inn is King Liang's man. You don't need to ask me how I know. Most of the local officials are fence-sitters. They don't dare to go too far in any aspect, so they want to leave a way out for themselves. In any case, I know that King Liang has already sent someone to stay in the inn. Why is he staying there? To wait for that traitor, of course. That's why I asked Brigade Marshal Huang to pretend to be King Wei Qingxi's spy. Wei Yong sneered. You really dare to take such a risk? Aren't you afraid that we'll find something amiss when we confront each other? Yang Fan raised his eyebrows. Are King Liang and King Wei on good terms? Are they a pair of scheming enemies, or are they brothers in love? Wei Yong was immediately at a loss for words. Yang Fan continued, those maidservants of the internal guards are too impatient. Ever since they found out that there was a traitor, they've been looking at people with strange expressions. I reckon that this cunning traitor has long since sensed that I'm already suspicious. This act of mine will make the traitor think that he's not the only traitor. Once we get rid of this traitor, he will no longer be suspected. We'll kill the traitor Huang Xuchang, then let Miss Gu leave first. She can continue to strut around as the Prince of Luling, while we escort the real Prince of Luling back to Luoyang. This plan was meant for you, the traitor. Actually, the Prince of Luling we picked up in Yi County was a fake. It was Miss Gu, who arrived at Yi County before us. Wei Yong's face twitched a few times. It was hard to tell whether he was crying or laughing. Yang Fan said, after that, everyone thought that the traitor had been eliminated, and the traitor let down his guard. I knew that this traitor would definitely spread the news, and sure enough, I found you. They thought that I was escorting the real Prince of Luling this time, so they threw everything aside to chase after me. That way, the real Prince of Luling would be able to enter Luoyang safely. Wei Yong's face froze for a long time before he slowly said, so you couldn't find the traitor, so you used him. I have been used by you all this time? Yang Fan looked at him sympathetically and nodded. That's right. The dead Commander Huang also left after we left to escort the real prince back to Luoyang. Everyone thought that the prince was with me, and everyone thought that Commander Huang was already dead. A dead man was protecting a non-existent man, so I believed that no one would bother him along the way. Wei Yong stammered, but I saw Miss Gu kill Huang Xuchang with my own eyes. With a flick of his wrist, Yang Fan took out a sharp dagger from his sleeve. Yang Fan used his fingertip to lightly touch the tip of the dagger, and the blade shrank back and forth. With flagging interest, Yang Fan said, it's just a small toy. If the hilt is first filled with blood, it'll look even more like it. On the way to Fangzhou, I learned it from that old man who plays with illusions. What do you think? Yang Fan's thumb lightly flicked the hilt, and the dagger fell on the table. With a bang, the end of the dagger vibrated. Yang Fan said, only after flipping this switch can the dagger really kill. Wei Yong slowly stretched out his hand and pulled out the dagger. He slowly pointed the tip of the dagger at his heart, just like how Gu Zhuting had pressed the dagger against Huang Xuchang's chest on Yi County's mountain. He knew that regardless of whether or not Yang Fan felt pity for him, he would not let him off today, whether it was because of those dead cavalrymen and inner guards, or because of the importance of this matter. Since Yang Fan had told him the answer to this riddle before the Prince of Luling had returned to the capital, he could only die. Since he could only die, why should he beg for mercy? With a force of his wrist, the sharp dagger pierced into his heart. Wei Yong only let out a soft hum, like a sigh. Chapter 8:10. Li Daong saw that the river was not very wide and the bridge was still there, so he thought it would be easy to cross the river. Unexpectedly, he found some trees and tried to build a bridge, but he failed again and again. If they were to cross the river on foot, with their skills, most of them would be able to cross, but it would be difficult for the horses. One of Li Deyong's subordinates was a brother. Usually everybody called him Xiaowu. He was thin, with a quick-witted look on his face. Seeing this situation, he said, "Dage, my grandmother said that anyone with 4 legs can swim. Let's ride a horse and swim across." Li Deyong looked at the surging river, pulled his beard and said, "You try." Xiao Wu immediately mounted the horse, kicked the horse's belly with both legs and shouted, "Go! Go!" The horse was very obedient and jumped into the river. After walking for a while, its whole body sank into the water and then floated up again. Xiao Wu was delighted. "Ha ha! Big brother, look, my grandmother was right, it's really passable. Go go go, whoa whoa." Ah! Though the channel was not wide, the water was rapid and deep. Xiao Wu's horse thrashed forward a few times, but it had no feet to stand on, and was carried downstream by the rapid current. Xiao Wu reined in the reins and stirred the stirrups, which made the horse so agitated that it nearly threw him off its back. Xiao Wu had no choice but to give up struggling. He grabbed the horse's neck with both hands and shouted, "Big brother, help!" Li Deyong was so angry that his eyes turned white. The brothers next to him quickly untied their belts, and by the time the belts were connected to a long rope, Xiao Wu had already floated up and down the river. Li Deyong unhappily ordered one of his men to take the rope made from the belts and ride down the river. Then he led 8 or 9 of his brothers who were holding up their pants and looked at the rolling river in a daze. They did not know how to build a bridge, so they had no choice but to send people to a nearby village to hire people. Li Deyong anxiously stood guard at the bridgehead. After Zheng Yu learned that Yang Fan and the others had crossed the river, he immediately turned back and ran all the way. When he was about to reach Luoyang, there was a fork in the road ahead. There was a stone bridge on the road, which led to the direction of Dragon Gate. Zheng Yu did not think about it and led his men down that road. He only ordered 2 people to rush back to Luoyang and warn his companions who were guarding the city gate. There was only one road from Luoyang to Ek Dragon Gate. On both sides of the road there were all kinds of green crops, some of which were as tall as the waist and some of which were as low as the knees. Zheng Yu and the others ran all the way to Ek, but they did not see Yang Fan and the others along the way. Seeing that there were already people working in the fields, they asked the farmer about it. The farmer was standing in the field with a hoe in his hand. Listening to their explanation, he nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, there is a group of people. They look like they are in a hurry, they look very distressed. They are running towards the mountains." "Thief!" Zheng Yu sneered, whipped his horse and charged into the mountains. It was spring now, and there were many pilgrims coming in and out of the mountains. In fact, Wu Zetian worshipped Buddha, and there were countless temples in Luoyang. However, some believers always felt that the more devout they walked, the more efficacious the bodhisattva built in the mountains. The temples in the city smelled of money, so there was a constant flow of pilgrims coming to Dragon Gate. Some of them came late and stayed in the temples until the next day. When Zheng Yu and the others entered the mountains, they saw some pilgrims coming out of the mountains one after another. Zheng Yu asked these people again. The target of Yang Fan and the others was too obvious and could not be hidden. Before these pilgrims went down the mountain, they had already seen them halfway up the mountain. Listening to the inquiry of this group of rich people in fresh clothes and furious horses, the pilgrims kindly pointed out that the first batch of pilgrims on horseback went around to the back of the mountain. Behind the mountain was Hot Spring Mountain, the territory of the hot spring soup supervisor. It was the forbidden area of the royal family, and ordinary people could not go there. Zheng Yu thought that he was doing things for Liang Wangu, and in the entire court, other than the emperor, their Wangye was the most powerful. He did not care, and led his men and horses to kill their way to Hot Spring Mountain. Zheng Yu reined in his horse at the bottom of the winding stone path, and raised his head to look up. He heard the sound of horses neighing coming from the top of the mountain. Jing Yu sneered and said, "Dismount, go up the mountain." The group dismounted one after another, tied their horses to the top of the mountain, pulled out their blades, and aggressively climbed up the mountain along the bluestone path. Just as they climbed to the front of the first memorial arch, they heard a loud shout in front of them. From behind the memorial arch, a group of people jumped out with a whooshing sound. These people were agile and their movements were agile. Although the direction they jumped out from was different, the way they jumped out was also different. Some flashed, some jumped, some somersaulted in the air, but when they stood in a straight line. Just this uniformity was enough to make people look at them in a new light. Jing Yu was startled. He saw that these people were all wearing gray robes, bamboo hats on their heads, straw sandals on their feet, and leggings on their trousers. In their hands was a black whistle stick, the tip of the stick pointed to the ground. His gaze followed the tip of the stick, and thus he could only see a little bit of their chin. Jing Yu shouted, "Who are you people?" One of the gray-robed men said in a deep voice, "The forbidden area of the royal family." "What is your intention?" Jing Yu was at the foot of the emperor, so of course he could not admit his identity. Besides, they were used to being arrogant and always kept their word. How could they let others interrogate them about their origins? If they did not agree with each other, they would immediately give the order to attack. Since they could not go up the mountain smoothly, then they would fight. After this exchange, Jing Yu knew the origin of this group of people. When they fought, some of the gray-robed men had their bamboo hats knocked off, revealing a big bald head with 2 lines of scars on the top of his head. Only then did Jing Yu know that these people were martial monks from an unknown temple on Dragon Gate Mountain. This group of bald donkeys had nothing to do every day. When they were full, they chanted scriptures and treated it as breathing practice. The rest of the time, they waved their spears, played with sticks, and practiced their fists and feet. Each of them was as strong as iron, and their chi and blood were extremely strong. When they fought, they could fight better than these Jianghu people who prided themselves on their fighting skills. The most hateful thing was that this group of bald donkeys had helpers. Seeing that they had the advantage in numbers, one of the monks let out a shout, and a group of martial monks seemed to jump out of the thicket. Another group of martial monks carrying heavy black sticks rushed out and joined the battle. One shouted "Senior Brother," another called "Junior Brother," and the other brandished their sticks like a wheel. Jing Yu and his group were beaten until their heads were bleeding, and their noses were bruised and swollen. They could not resist any more and could only retreat down the mountain while fighting. When Jing Yu reached the foot of the mountain, the group of martial monks did not chase after him. In an instant they disappeared into the forest. Jing Yu was angry and hateful. Just as he was feeling helpless, another group of people on horses came from afar. The group of people who had just arrived was Li Daong and his group. They found the villagers to help build a bridge. Since there was a handsome reward and the bridge was convenient for the villagers to travel, they naturally worked very hard. When the simple bridge was hurriedly built, Li Daong and his group led their horses carefully across the river and then went straight to Dragon Gate. They asked along the way and arrived at the foot of Hot Spring Mountain. They just happened to see Jing Yu and his group coming down the mountain with their faces covered in dirt. Some were limping, some had bloody noses and swollen faces, as if they had just been beaten up. Li Daong hurriedly went up to ask Jing Yu, and immediately became angry. He said fiercely, "This group of bald donkeys must be martial monks from several monasteries on the mountain. Just one monastery can't gather so many people. Damn it! They are actually standing together with Yang Fan against us. Let's go, now that we have joined forces, let's go up the mountain." Jing Yu said with lingering fear, We can't. We don't know how many people there are in that group of bald donkeys. When they fight, it's like they are playing around. They also have the geographical advantage and look down on us. It's not that I look down on you, but even if you and I join forces, it will be difficult for us to win against them. Li Daong said angrily, "So what? Are we going to just watch them stay on the mountain? Jing Yu sneered and said, as long as he doesn't enter the capital to see the emperor, it can't be considered settled. Don't worry, I have already sent someone back to report. When His Highness gets the news, he will definitely make a decision. You and I will guard the foot of the mountain and not let them escape. As for other matters, we will wait for His Highness to arrive before making a decision. Li Daong had no choice but to rest at the foot of the mountain with him. On the mountain, Yang Fan saw Jing Yu and his group retreating down the mountain in a sorry state. He put his palms together and said to an old monk next to him, "Thank you for your help, Zen Master." This monk was about 60 years old. His face was ruddy and his skin was without wrinkles. However, the corners of his eyes were slightly loose and he had a beard on his chin. He was wearing a yellow robe and a pair of straw sandals. He was not wearing a kasaya, a monk's hat or prayer beads. He was only holding a string of prayer beads in his hand. He was dressed casually in a meditation room. This old monk was Fa Jing. He was one of the 10 eminent monks of Rodu who created the Great Cloud Scripture and was given a purple kasaya by Wu Zetian. He was the leader of the various monasteries in Yik Dragon Gate. Fa Jing smiled and said, "Benefactor has received the Emperor's secret edict and is accompanied by hundreds of cavalry and internal guards. What you are doing is naturally proper." This group of people acted openly and did not dare to reveal their identity. You can imagine what they are doing. The various monasteries in Dragon Gate are often rewarded with incense oil by the royal family. This hot spring mountain is a forbidden area for the royal family. Since we are neighbors, how can we just stand by and watch? However, Fa Jing glanced at Yang Fan and said, "Why these people came and why Benefactor Yang is guarding, shouldn't this old monk know?" Yang Fan pondered for a moment and said, "This disciple's trip is to protect a noble person." Fa Jing's eyes lit up, but his voice was still calm. "How noble?" Yang Fan smiled and asked, "Which Buddha is the most noble in Buddhism?" Fa Jing smiled and said, "Haha, since you have become a Buddha, you have achieved perfection. Since you have achieved perfection, there is naturally no distinction between nobility and inferiority. Why would there be a ranking?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "Zen Master, please don't argue with me. Between Buddhas, even if there is no distinction between nobility and inferiority, there must be a ranking, right? Let me put it this way, the Buddha of the past, the Buddha of the present, and the Buddha of the future, which Zen Master respects the most?" Fa Jing said, "This old monk lives in the present, and the one I respect the most is the Buddha of the present." Yang Fan said, "If that's the case, then the one I am protecting is the Buddha of the future." He slowly turned towards the direction of Luoyang and said lightly, "The Buddha of the present is there." The prayer beads that Fa Jing was twirling suddenly stopped. After pausing for a moment, he resumed twirling, but at a much faster speed. Yang Fan said seriously, "Zen Master, do you have any regrets?" Fa Jing shook his head gently and said, "Benefactor Yang is carrying the imperial edict. This old monk is protecting the Tao. What is there to regret? It's just that." He frowned slightly and said, "It's just that since this noble person is so noble, this old monk's cultivation is limited. I'm afraid I can't protect him for long." Yang Fan chuckled and said, "Zen Master, don't worry. This disciple has long expected that the journey will be difficult and dangerous. To be able to arrive here safely is already somewhat beyond my expectations. However, since I'm here, then, the Skanda Temple, the demigods and 8 divisions, and the guardians of the various factions should also be here." Chapter 8:11. Yang Fan had gone to Fang Province to pick up the Prince of Luling. At first, it was a huge secret that no one in the capital knew about. When Wei Yong sent back the news, Wu Sanxi and Wu Yizong found out. When Brigade Commander Jia discovered the Prince of Luling's disappearance on the Yellow Bamboo Ridge, Wu Chengxi found out as well, followed by his strategist Zhang Jiafu. Then, Wu Qingxi called for a clan assembly, so everyone in the Wu clan knew about it. These people had relatives, friends, trusted aides, and subordinate. At this time, the secret was no longer a secret. The Wu brothers wanted to mobilize the entire Wu clan's power to deal with the Prince of Luling, so they announced the news to the Wu clansmen. These clansmen were a mix of good and bad, and many of them were profligate, so it was very difficult for them to keep the secret. Moreover, the assassins sent by the Wu brothers wanted to find traces of Yang Fan's group, but relying on their own strength was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Although they had an informant by Yang Fan's side, if they couldn't grasp Yang Fan's movements in time, it would be too late by the time the information arrived. Therefore, they had to borrow the local powers, and these local powers, whether they were loyal to the Wu clan, inclined to the Wu clan, or forced to submit to the Wu clan, all of them had their own factions and friends. Thus, when they found out about this, it meant that their small group also knew about it. The current situation was that this matter had already become an open secret. In the bureaucracy, as long as they had some connections, everyone knew about it. Only the wise and far-sighted Wu Zhou Emperor was still in the dark. Because she lived deep in the palace, no one told her about this. Those who wanted to kill the Prince of Luling wouldn't say anything, and those who wanted to protect him couldn't say anything. Evidence? No, it was only hearsay. Moreover, the assassins had already been sent. Even if Wu Zetian believed it, it was too far for her to do anything. The Prince of Luling's life was no longer dependent on the major figures in the capital. The result would be that he would completely expose himself and break off all relations with the Wu clan. If that happened, if the Prince of Luling really died, he wouldn't be far from it either. Even if the Prince of Luling managed to make it to the capital alive, he would still have a few years to live as a humble crown prince. During this period of time, he still wouldn't be able to protect them from the Wu clan's crazy counterattack. They would not do meaningless things. None of these people in the officialdom were hot-blooded people who did things regardless of the consequences. Even if everyone knew about this battle, it could only be carried out below the stage. But below the stage, they could only be a group of anxious spectators. When this matter had already begun, the fate of the nation and its future would be decided by those ordinary people who were bathed in blood and killing each other, and not by these high-ranking officials. However, they still sent out eyes and ears. They needed to know first-hand information in time so that they could respond in time. Therefore, the news that Yang Fan had protected the Prince of Luling and successfully fought his way out of the encirclement and escaped to Dragon's Gate Mountain was only known to them a little later than Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingxi. The Prince of Luling was already in the capital, at the feet of the Son of Heaven, so they had a place to use their skills. The various gods and Buddhas immediately began to move. The officials of the Luling sect were burning with anxiety. They were like a group of dragons without a leader. The leader of their sect, Direngye, was suffering from a serious illness. Sometimes he was lucid, sometimes he was muddle-headed, and he was no longer able to manage matters. But without Direngye, no one had the prestige or the qualifications to lead them and make a decision that would decide the future of all of them. Helpless, they could only rush to Prime Minister Di's estate. No matter what, they had to get an idea or a decision from this imperial elder. The officials of the Prince of Xiang's faction were in extreme conflict. On one hand, the Prince of Luling had clearly returned to the capital to replace the Prince of Xiang. Everyone could see this. In his years in the Eastern Palace, the Prince of Xiang had suffered the open and hidden attacks of the Wu clan. The Prince of Xiang's crown princess and secondary concubine had both died because of the schemes of the Wu clan, and the Prince of Xiang's sons had been born from the crown princess and secondary concubine who had died unjustly. The hatred between the two sides could no longer be resolved. Wu Zetian's decision to appoint a descendant of the Li clan as heir apparent had been forced by the circumstances and the will of the people. In this case, her best choice could only be the Prince of Luling in the distant Fang province. She was not willing to let the Prince of Xiang ascend the throne. Once the Prince of Xiang ascended to the throne, he would very likely become the gravedigger of the Wu clan. But if the Prince of Luling really did die on the road, once Wu Zetian hardened her heart and insisted on appointing a member of the Wu clan as heir apparent even if the world fell into chaos, what would happen then? Perhaps after Wu Zetian's death, there would be a nationwide war to decide who the country belonged to. Moreover, it was fine if the Prince of Luling had not yet arrived at the capital. It was fine to feign ignorance and impotence, but now that he was at Dragon's Gate Mountain, if they did not do anything, wouldn't they be scorned by the people of the world? Thus, Yao Chong, Wei Zhigu, and the others hesitantly wanted to help the Prince of Luling return to the city. But a large number of officials in the Prince of Xiang's faction opposed this. They believed that if the Prince of Luling returned to the capital alive, he would assuredly be made crown prince. The Prince of Luling was the Prince of Xiang's elder brother, and also a descendant of Li Tang, so the people of the world did not care. As long as he lived, the Prince of Xiang would never have a chance to aspire to the throne, nor would he have any reason to rebel against his imperial brother. The throne would essentially be handed over to the Prince of Luling. But if the Prince of Luling died, the Prince of Xiang would at least have a 50-50 chance of retaining his position as crown prince. Even if Wu Zetian was determined to make a nephew of the Wu clan crown prince, once Wu Zetian died, the Prince of Xiang could use the hearts of the people and Li Tang's prestige to rebel against the new emperor, giving him a 50-50 chance of recapturing the empire. Based on this calculation, if the Prince of Luling died, the Prince of Xiang would have a 75% chance of ascending to the throne. If the Prince of Luling lived, the Prince of Xiang would not even have a 10% chance. This argument had a great deal of support in the Prince of Xiang's faction. Although Yao Chong and Wei Zhigu were the leaders of this faction, they did not dare to go against the will of the majority, so the matter was dragged on. But there was another faction in the capital that was paying close attention to this matter: the Taiping party. Princess Taiping did not care which of her brothers became emperor. As long as they were descendants of Li Tang, she would support them. She had long ago learned that Yang Fan had secretly welcomed the Prince of Luling back to the capital and that the two Wu clans had mobilized all their forces to stop him. Although she was burning with anxiety, she could do nothing at the time. Even if she charged into the palace and told the truth to the Emperor would not have enough time to think of a countermeasure. And if the Prince of Luling died on his way back, she would have to face the all-out counterattack of the Wu clan. If she waited patiently, once the Prince of Luling really did die, she could still use the dual opportunities of Princess Li Tang and the Wu clan's daughter-in-law to create as many opportunities as possible for her brother, the Prince of Xiang. After weighing the pros and cons, Princess Taiping could only clench her teeth and endure. But now that Yang Fan had escorted the Prince of Luling to the capital, she could no longer endure it. Her elder brother was on Dragon Gate Mountain, and so was her lover. If she acted now, there was a high chance that she could save them. Thus, Princess Taiping immediately dispatched all her people to Ek and the Dragon Gate. Meanwhile, she quickly rode to the imperial palace to see the emperor. The horse was waiting outside the palace gate. Once she saw the empress, she would immediately go to the Dragon Gate. By this time, the Luling clique had already arrived at Prime Minister Di's estate. Di Renjia was sleeping, his son attending to him by his bed. Upon hearing the purpose of these officials, he knew that the matter was urgent and could only wake his father. Di Renjia was still relatively clear-headed, and when he heard these officials explain their purpose, he immediately grew anxious. He had no time to reprimand these officials for being muddle-headed. He immediately had his family carry a soft sedan chair to Dragon Gate Mountain. The protector had come, so the demon had naturally come as well. Wu Sanxi rose early in the morning. When he heard that the Prince of Luling had been found on the road from Yingyang to Luoyang, he was both surprised and delighted. He was surprised that the Prince of Luling was truly lucky. Even after being surrounded and intercepted, he had still managed to reach the vicinity of Luoyang. He was delighted that now that his tracks had been found, this distance was like the distance between heaven and earth. As long as he could kill him first, what was done could not be undone. No matter how angry his aunt was, there was nothing she could do. Wu Sanxi immediately arranged for his men to strengthen the surveillance on the road from Ek to Luoyang, while he himself rode to the Dragon Gate. Before leaving, Wu Sanxi sent someone to deliver a message to Wu Qingxi as well. As the saying goes, the law does not punish the masses. If he dragged this sickly man along, he would have more confidence in dealing with his aunt's displeasure. When his men arrived at King Wei's mansion, they found nothing. It turned out that Wu Qingxi had already received the news and was rushing to the Dragon Gate in a carriage. The two brothers were of one mind this time. Before leaving, Wu Qingxi also sent someone to deliver a message to him, but the two messengers found nothing. Wu Qingxi, on the other hand, ran into Wu Sanxi along the way. Wu Qingxi was lying sickly in the carriage. The jolting of the carriage made him drowsy, until a guard's cry came from outside, "Someone is coming. It's King Liang's flag." When Wu Qingxi heard this, he immediately called for his men to stop the carriage. Wu Sanxi stopped in front of the carriage and asked curiously, "King Wei? I even sent someone to your mansion to send a message. So you've already received the news?" Wu Qingxi was so agitated that his face turned red. First, he let out a heart-wrenching cough, then said while gasping for breath, "Reconsider. You must reach the Dragon Gate as soon as possible. You don't have to worry too much. Just charge up the mountain and kill Luling. As long as he's dead, cough cough cough, in front of Aunt, it's up to you and me to talk. What's done can't be undone, and Aunt can't, cough cough, do anything. Cough cough cough." Wu Sanxi cursed in his heart, "You've already become like this. I'm afraid you'll cough to death on the road before Li Xian dies, yet you're still thinking about the throne." However, he put on a smile and comforted him. "Don't worry. The enemy is right in front of us. You and I will work together. No matter what, we can't let the Wu Empire fall into the hands of outsiders." Wu Qingxi's eyes glistened with tears. He said emotionally, "Reconsider. The future of the Wu clan is in your hands." Wu Sanxi felt like vomiting, but he replied emotionally, "Don't worry, elder brother. I'll be going now." Wu Sanxi whipped his horse and led a group of guards towards the Dragon Gate like a gust of wind. The horse's hooves kicked up a cloud of dust, and Wu Qingxi coughed violently again. Fortunately, he didn't choke to death. Chapter 8:12. Yao Chong and Wei Zhigu stood with their hands behind their backs, their faces gloomy. Ever since Di Renjie became seriously ill, too many official duties had been placed on them. Their desks were now full of documents, but neither of them was in the mood to deal with them. Because of the depressing atmosphere in the hall, the eunuchs stayed far away from the door. They didn't know why the two prime ministers were so preoccupied. If they were not careful, they might ruin their plans. Outside the hall, Zhao Jianing of the Hall of Governmental Affairs walked in with hurried step. The courtyard outside the hall was silent. His arrival startled away a few small birds that were looking for food. They flapped their wings and flew into the tall and dense forest, disappearing. Zhao Jianing was young and proud. He became a jinshi at the age of 19. He was the first jinshi of the imperial court and could be considered a disciple of the emperor. But he was born in Li Tang's era and grew up in Li Tang's time. He was also loyal to Li Tang's empire. After becoming an official, he was very close to the officials who had the same ambition. Because of this, he was ostracized and sent to Hanlin Academy, becoming a noble but powerless scholar. Ever since the Khitans and Turks used the excuse of protecting Li Tang and rebelling against the Zhou, Wu Zetian, who was too old to rectify the situation, had to use many of Li Tang's old officials to stabilize the political situation and the people. Wei Zhigu and Yao Chong became prime ministers one after another. After they gained power, They immediately transferred Zhao Jianing out of Hanlin Academy and appointed him as the Secretariat Renderer. He was young but was already in the center of a confidential department. Obviously, the two prime ministers wanted to train him. Zhao Jianing was on the same side as the two prime ministers, so he did not regard himself as an outsider. As soon as he entered the political affairs hall, he cupped his hands in greeting and said to Wei Zhigu and Yao Chong in a hurry, "Prime Minister Wei, Prime Minister Yao, Master D went to Dragon Gate." Yao Chong was shocked and said, "Master D went to Dragon Gate? He has already recovered?" Zhao Jianing shook his head and said, "Master D's body is sick, and he's getting weaker day by day. He can't even withstand the jolting of an ox cart or carriage." He was carried to the Dragon Gate in a soft palanquin, but before he could leave the Ding-Ding Gate, he fainted again. His son was by his side, and there was also a doctor carrying a medicine box. Wei Zhigu stopped and stroked his beard as he murmured, "This old fox is so unyielding. He's going to sacrifice his life to protect Prince Luling." Yao Chong circled around the hall twice, and suddenly stomped his foot heavily. "I can't hesitate any more. Duke Wei, we can't pretend to be deaf and mute at this time. We have to stand up for him. Otherwise, everyone in the world will criticize us." Wei Zhigu hesitated, "But those officials," Yao Chong said, "we can't care about that anymore. Let's go to Dragon Gate first. We'll explain the pros and cons to them later." Wei Zhigu lowered his head and thought for a moment. He crossed his fist and palm and said in a low voice, "Fine. Master D is already in such a state, but he still wants to go to Dragon Gate. Even if we consider our lifelong friendship, we still have to go. Let's go." Seeing that the two had made up their minds, Zhao Jianing immediately said, "I'll go first. Prepare a horse outside the palace." At this time, Princess Taiping had already entered the palace through the Gate of Light. Following the long corridor formed by the red walls and roof tiles, she was hurrying toward Wu Zetian's lovely spring terrace. Her dress fluttered like water and her belt fluttered in the wind. The golden ornament on her head trembled with anxiety. After borrowing the spy, Yang Fan now used the entire court's civil and military officials. He lived on Dragon Gate Mountain in a flashy manner, bathing in the hot spring and eating fresh fruit. He quietly waited for people to come, like a burning torch that attracted all the moth. If the Taiping party, the Prince of Xiang party, and the Luling party still did not know that he was protecting the Prince of Luling at EK Dragon Gate, they could have packed up and retired long ago. How could they fight against the two princes of the Wu clan? As long as they knew, the shock, anxiety, and hesitation they showed when they did not know anything was enough to dispel anyone's doubts and make them believe that the Prince of Luling was at Dragon Gate. Only when the Dragon Gate was lively could Luoyang be quiet and the Prince of Luling be safe. He rested for a night in Yi County and then only traveled 50 li each day, staying one night in Wuyang and one night in Xiangqing. This period of time was enough for Huang Xuchang to protect the prince and travel far ahead of him. Even if he sped up on the third day, unless something happened to Huang Xuchang and the Prince of Luling on the way, they would have already reached Luoyang. Entering Luoyang was the last hurdle. In order to ensure that nothing unexpected happened at this last hurdle, he appeared at Dragon Gate. The crafty and cunning monk Fajing returned to his temple in his high-toothed wooden clogs to enter seclusion. He had lent the monk to Yang Fan, but he didn't know why Yang Fan wanted to receive him. He was in seclusion. He was a monk and did not concern himself with worldly affairs. The reason why he was willing to lend Yang Fan was that Yang Fan had the imperial edict. What he did must be in line with the way of heaven and the law of the country. As a highly virtuous monk and a monk who had been blessed by the emperor for a long time, he naturally had to contribute to the royal family. This was the first time Li Bauer had bathed in a hot spring. She had only ever heard of this kind of steaming hot spring water that came from the ground. Her mother had said that after bathing in this spring water, one's skin would become as tender as cream, as smooth and comfortable as if it had been smeared with a layer of talcum powder. This was also the first time she had seen such a magnificent palace-like building since she was born. Before, she had only seen bamboo and wood roofs and yellow mud roof. She had never even seen a tile-roofed house, not to mention such a magnificent and huge house with giant stone carvings. And such a beautiful and huge house was actually just a bathroom. She happily soaked in the bath, and was not even willing to come out. Gu Zhuting also had a very pleasant hot spring bath. Not only did she wander from place to place, but cleanliness was also a problem. This was the biggest worry for a girl. Now, she could finally take a bath to her heart's content. But what could make a beauty more beautiful? Light, moonlight, wine, colorful clothes, fresh flowers, cosmetics, and even a bath. A real beauty not only had beautiful facial features, but also a graceful figure. Their skin was also excellent. When a beauty came out of the bath, her cheeks would not be unnaturally flushed. Instead, it would be a bright red, even and natural. Her beautiful black hair was tied up in a bun, revealing her long and elegant neck. Her fair face had a touch of blush, and her delicate collarbone was exposed. Her delicate white skin was like a freshly peeled egg white. It was an enchanting scene. Unfortunately, this beautiful scene was only a flash in the pan. After Gu Zhuting came out of the bath, she sat in front of the dressing table and picked up not rouge and face powder, nor was it a fine brush for drawing eyebrows and lips, but a box of herbal paste that was light yellow in color. She still had to continue playing this Prince of Luling. Slowly, the beautiful girl who had just bathed for the first time disappeared. What appeared in the dressing mirror was the image of a haggard and old middle-aged man. There was no beard under his chin, and his wrinkles were piled up, making him look like a eunuch. The eunuch revealed a helpless smile to the mirror and began to stick his beard strand by strand. When Gu Zhuting finally turned into a completely different person and even changed her clothes, the sun was setting in the west, and there was already a trace of twilight on the mountain. Gu Zhuting opened the door and walked out. To her surprise, she found Yang Fan standing outside her door, looking into the distance with his hands behind his back. Hearing the voice behind him, he turned around and smiled at her. "Done." "Yes." Facing Yang Fan's burning gaze, Gu Zhuting somewhat unnaturally raised her hand, wanting to tidy up her hair. Only when she raised her hand did she remember that she was playing the Prince of Luling. Such an action was too strange, and she couldn't help but smile in surprise. Yang Fan gazed at her and suddenly said softly, "You've really worked hard." He didn't say much, just this one sentence, as if everything was said without words. Gu Zhuting's heart suddenly trembled, as if someone had suddenly plucked the strings of a zither that had been left empty in the corner for a long time. Her eyes turned a little red, and she hurriedly turned around and slowly walked to Yang Fan's side. Pretending to be tranquil, she smiled and said, "It's nothing. Being together with Ah Lang, the things we do are much more interesting than before. It's not fighting and killing, but it's more difficult and fun than fighting and killing. I've been bathing and changing my appearance for more than 4 hours. The sect leader has been waiting here all this time just to thank me?" Gu Zhuting pretended to look around naturally. She thought carefully in her heart and suddenly felt warm all over her body. "Hey, Brother Yang. Ahem, Lieutenant Yang." Suddenly, a girl's voice as clear as the chirping of an oriole came from afar. Feeling the unnatural atmosphere between the two of them quietly enshrouded, the two of them felt relieved. Looking into the distance, they saw Li Guo jumping between the flowers and grass and running towards them. She was wearing a light red, narrow-sleeved, short-sleeved jacket with dark patterns, and a pleated silk skirt with a slim waist. She bought it in a small shop in the alley when they were in Wyong. Wearing a set of very ordinary civilian clothes, she looked very charming. Ouch! Seeing that she was about to run in front of them, Li Guo suddenly tripped and stumbled forward. Yang Fan could see that she was not sincere. She really tripped on a protruding rock on the ground. Just when he was hesitating whether he should go forward to help her, Gu Zhuting's figure flashed and flashed in front of him. Yang Fan stopped in his tracks. Gu Zhuting gently bent down and grabbed Li Guo'er's arm. She said lightly, "Princess, please be careful." Li Guo'er did not care about this person who looked exactly like her father but spoke with a soft female voice. She twisted her waist and dodged Gu Zhuting. She smiled at Yang Fan and said, "I soaked in the hot spring for too long, so I feel a little dizzy. It's really good here, so gorgeous, like heaven." Yang Fan smiled and said, "When you go to the palace you will know what gorgeous is. This place is far worse than the palace, it can only be said to be shabby." "Really?" Li Guo'er's eyes sparkled. "Then when can we go to the palace?" Yang Fan said, "Soon. No matter what, it should be delayed until tonight." As he said, Yang Fan looked up at the sky. When he looked down, he suddenly fixed his eyes on the mountain road in the distance. He slowly smiled and said, "Someone is coming." Li Guo'er immediately became nervous. She subconsciously moved closer to him and said timidly, "Is it the Wu family?" Yang Fan said, "Don't worry, their target is not you. In any case, they will not attack a woman." Speaking of this, Yang Fan turned his head and smiled a little childishly at Gu Zhuting and Li Guo'er, as if he had done some kind of prank, and said, "My last plan is called the Fire Beacon to play with the feudal vassals. Guess which feudal vassals will come first." Chapter 8:13. Yang Fan narrowed his eyes. Li Guo'er's heart was thumping wildly. It would be a lie to say that she was not nervous. Her thin lower lip had already turned white from biting it. But when she looked at Yang Fan and saw that he was calm and composed, Li Guo'er's heart calmed down. "Ah, so it's them," Yang Fan softly exclaimed, and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. Li Guo'er stared at his expression and cautiously asked, "They are not enemies, right?" Yang Fan turned his head and smiled at her. "They are your aunt's people." My aunt. All the relatives in Li Guo'er's mind were just abstract names. She had never seen any of them. After thinking for a while, she exclaimed, "Princess Taiping." Yang Fan said, "That's right, Princess Taiping." The characteristics of the guards sent by Princess Taiping were too obvious. 8 plump and strong female sumo wrestlers almost crushed the majestic warhorses. Each of them had 2 horses behind them. The distance from Luoyang to Ek Dragon Gate was so short that they had to change horses in order to not crush the horses to death. The climb up the mountain was even more strenuous. These 8 fat women were astonishingly heavy, and they could only walk a few steps before gasping for breath. Although Princess Taiping had ordered them to rush to the Dragon Gate as fast as possible and protect the Prince of Luling, they really could not move fast enough. When they stopped, their huge and plump bodies blocked the entire mountain path. The ordinary guards behind them could only stop and wait for them to catch their breath. On the hillside, Li Guo'er's eyes widened and she said in surprise, These are my aunt's people? They can't even walk, how can they protect us?" Yang Fan glanced at her and said, "If a top expert who doesn't know how to swim falls into the river, a village urchin who knows how to swim can also take his life. All abilities were relative, and could only be displayed in a suitable environment. They can't climb a mountain. If it's a fight on flat ground, I can deal with one of these 8 people. I can barely deal with 2. 3 I will lose, for I will die. If the 8 of them come at me together, I won't be able to escape even if I want to." Li Guo'er swallowed with difficulty. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Your aunt only has a total of 8 sumo masters. In the past, no matter where she went, she would bring at least 2 of them with her to protect herself. Now that she has sent all 8, your aunt really treats you guys very well." Li Guo'er nodded silently. The 8 female sumo wrestlers finally climbed up the mountain. After panting for a while like sleeping tigers, they asked someone about the whereabouts of the Prince of Luling. The martial monks on the mountain had already received orders from Yang Fan and did not stop them from climbing the mountain. They even sent a martial monk to lead them to Yang Fan. Commandant Yang. The 8 female sumo wrestlers had all met Yang Fan before, and some of them had even heard of Yang Fan and Princess Taiping. Since they were all familiar with each other, there was no need for formalities. The 8 women cupped their hands in greeting to Yang Fan. One of them took a step forward and said straightforwardly, "May I ask which one of you is His Highness, the Prince of Luling?" As she spoke, her eyes were already on Gu Zhuting. She was the only one who had been by Yang Fan's side and was of a similar age and appearance. Yang Fan took a step back and solemnly said, "This is the Prince of Luling." The 8 women and the armed guards behind them immediately cupped their hands in greeting to Gu Zhuting. "The guards of Princess Taiping's residence greet your highness." "Good. Good. Warriors, rise. Sister Taiping, is she well?" Gu Zhuting's face was filled with surprise and joy. She perfectly imitated the expression and reaction that the Prince of Luling should have. It was the leader of the 8 women who answered on behalf of everyone. "The princess is well. When we were ordered to rush to the Dragon Gate, the princess had already entered the palace. I believe she will be here soon." "Good. Good, good." Based on the principle of saying too much was bound to make mistakes, Gu Zhuting did not say much. In any case, the Prince of Luling had been locked up in Huangzhuling for 16 years. No one knew what kind of personality he had now. Yang Fan said again, "This is the youngest daughter of your highness, Princess Bao Er." Now that Li Guo'er's official identity was brought up, it was not appropriate to tell others her maiden name. However, this princess was born on the road where her father was sent to Fang province. The imperial family did not care about her, and did not even give her a title. They could only use her name for the time being. Everyone bowed to Li Guo'er again. Li Guo'er's beautiful face was flushed with excitement. It was only at this moment that she truly felt the nobility of her identity. Although Yang Fan and the others had been very respectful to her before, that was when they were fleeing for their lives. She had never felt such a respectful attitude. Dispense with the formalities." Li Guo'er was so excited that she even stuttered a little. She only managed to say one sentence, but she quickly regained her composure and quickly adapted to this new identity. She was no longer a lowly prisoner, but a princess of the imperial court. While they were talking and greeting each other, people shouted and horses neighed in the distance. At this time, the sun was about to set and dusk had already arrived. It was quiet at the foot of the mountain, and there were no pedestrians. Therefore, the sudden appearance of a group of people stood out. Because the people of Princess Taiping's residence were all present, Yang Fan did not joke with Gu Zhuting and Li Guo'er this time. He only looked at the approaching group of people and muttered to himself in his heart, "Who are these second feudal vassals?" Wei Zhigu and Yao Chong came from the Political Affairs Hall and did not bring many family warriors with them. However, they were the prime ministers. According to the rules of the Tang dynasty, the prime minister was in charge of the 16 imperial guards of the southern Yamen, while the imperial guards of the northern Yamen reported directly to the emperor. After Wu Zetian ascended the throne, the direct guards of the eastern palace, led by the crown prince, were reduced and the power of the prime minister was also weakened. He no longer had the power to directly mobilize troops. However, the prime minister was still the supreme commander of the southern Yamen imperial guards in name. Therefore, when they went out, the imperial guards were equipped with a guard force. Wei Zhigu and Yao Chong led their guards out of the Dingding Gate as fast as lightning. Today, the old soldiers guarding the Dingding Gate had their eyes opened. One after another, big shots led a large group of people and rushed out as if they were fighting a fire. They did not know what was happening outside the city. Wei Zhigu and Yao Chong urged their horses and rushed towards the Dragon Gate. Suddenly, they saw a group of people and a soft sedan in the middle. Wei Zhigu's heart suddenly sank and he thought, "Master D." The group heard people shouting and horses neighing behind them. They turned around and saw the flag they raised. They knew who was coming and had already informed Di Renjie. The group of people waited by the roadside. Wei Zhigu and Yao Chong drove their horses to the front. They got off their horses and quickly walked to the side of the soft sedan that had been lowered. At a glance, they saw Drunken lying on the sedan. He looked haggard and had sunken eyes. He used to be such a humorous, tough, and lively person, but now he had been tortured by illness. Wei Zhigu and Drunken had been ministers in the same palace for many years. Even though they had different supporters in the end, they had always been on the same side in the political upheavals. They could be considered like-minded old friends. Seeing Drunken in such a state, Wei Zhigu felt a lump in his throat and cried out, "Master D." Yao Chong had not interacted much with Drunken, but he greatly admired this old minister of the nation. Seeing Drunken like this, he could not help but sigh. He silently bowed to Drunken and stood to the side with Zhao Jianing, the renunciator of the Secretariat of Government. The corner of Drunken's mouth twitched a few times. He seemed to want to smile at his old friend, but in the end, he couldn't. His eyes dimmed, and he tried to open his mouth to say something with a trembling voice. His voice was too soft. Although no one around dared to speak, Wei Zhigu still didn't hear it clearly. He bent down and pressed his white-haired head against Drunken's mouth. Only then did he hear a very faint voice, "Duke Wei, please, please." Wei Zhigu's tears that had just stopped gushed out like spring water. He straightened his body and nodded to Drunken. He choked and said, "Don't worry, Master D. This time, I will go, even if I have to give up my life. I will protect Luling." Drunken nodded gently. A hint of gratification flashed through his eyes. Wei Zhigu wiped away his tears and said to Drunken, "This matter is urgent. This servant will hurry over right away. Master D, please do not be anxious. Travel slowly, and your health is more important." He didn't try to persuade Drunken to go back. He knew that Drunken wouldn't be at ease until he saw the king of Luling with his own eyes. There was no need to say such useless words. Wei Zhigu had his family help him onto a horse. He whipped the horse, and it galloped in the direction of the Dragon's Gate under the setting sun. "It's King Liang's men." Yang Fan could already see the flags at the foot of the mountain. His eyes narrowed. "Who is it? Are they here to help us, or—" Li Guo didn't hear Yang Fan's mutterings. She was rather short, and there was only a short tree in front of her. She stood on her tiptoes and could only make out the figures on the mountain, but not their flags. Yang Fan took a deep breath and said, "It's your uncle Wu Sanxi." Li Guo's face immediately paled. The trauma of being imprisoned in the mountains for so many years resurfaced in her mind. Yang Fan suddenly smiled. These Wu clan kings were obviously not to be trifled with. However, wasn't his goal precisely to draw these people here? If Wu Sanxi was here, then Wu Qingxi shouldn't be too far away. The more people that came, the more smoothly his plan would go. Yang Fan turned around to take a look. Princess Taiping's 8 female sumo wrestlers had their hands clasped behind their back. They were dressed in sumo attire, and they stood there in high spirits. Only now did Yang Fan notice that they were actually equipped with weapons today. The 8 of them were each equipped with a pair of blades. The blades weren't very long, because they were sheathed at their waist. The hilts of the blades could be seen on either side. If the blades were of normal length, even with their burly backs and bear-like waists, there should still be a blade on either side of their thighs. In the distance there were a few monks wielding heavy black cudgels. Their appearances were imposing and indomitable. The inner guards and 100 cavalrymen, who had rested for an entire day, rushed out when they heard the news. Every one of them had sharp blades in their hands, and they were brimming with killing intent. Yang Fan smiled in satisfaction. He waved his hand at the 8 sumo wrestlers and said, "Escort the king and the princess back to their rooms to rest." The king of Luling gave him a worried look and asked, "Then, what about you, Officer Yang?" Yang Fan tightened his belt, dusted off his robes, and said indifferently, "I'll go down the mountain to meet him." Chapter 8:14. Li Guo sat cross-legged on the couch, her head slightly tilted to the side as she bit her pinky finger. Gu Zhuting sat peacefully in front of the mirror. She seemed to be scrutinizing her own reflection, trying to see if there were any flaws. Li Guo bit her pinky finger for a while. She couldn't help but ask Gu Zhuting, "Guard Gu, what do you think Officer Yang will do when he meets that King Liang?" Gu Zhuting glanced at her. It was a very feminine look, but she did not say anything. Li Guo didn't seem to mind. She continued, "King Liang has always wanted to kill my father, and Officer Yang is my father's protector. Do you think that they will immediately start fighting when they meet?" Gu Zhuting glanced at her again, but still didn't say anything. Li Guo was getting more and more excited. She began to speak faster and faster. "Say, if they fight, King Liang is just a prince who has been pampered all his life. I don't think he's that good. Will Officer Yang kill him with a single slash?" Gu Zhuting sighed, interrupting Li Guo's daydream. "Princess, even if he knows that those assassins were sent by King Liang, and even if he has concrete evidence, Officer Yang still won't make a move against him. Officials have their own rules." Li Guo couldn't help but feel nervous. Then wouldn't Officer Yang be at a disadvantage? Officer Yang can't make a move, but King Liang can do it without any reservations. What do we do? Even though Li Guo was smart, she had grown up in the mountains, and her knowledge in many aspects wasn't much better than that of a country bumpkin. Gu Zhuting could only patiently explain, "Even though King Liang is completely unrestrained, this is just how the bureaucracy works. Even if two people fight to the death, even if everyone knows that they are like fire and water, they still have to pay attention to face. King Liang could send people to assassinate the king of Luling, but he wouldn't do it himself, nor would he allow his people to do it in front of him. It was just a thin layer of paper, but it couldn't be pierced through no matter how hard he tried. This is how it works in the bureaucracy and the great clans." Li Guo still didn't understand. The two of them were clearly fighting to the death, so why was there still a need for such a fake mask? She asked in confusion, "Then, what do you think will happen when Commander Yang meets King Liang?" Gu Zhuting's fingers that were stroking her cheeks paused for a moment. She revealed a curious expression and replied leisurely, "I also want to know, Your Highness. This subject, Yang Fan, greets Prince." Alone, Yang Fan quickly went down the mountain to welcome him. Wu Sanxi had just dismounted from his horse, and was about to go up the mountain when he suddenly saw Yang Fan walking down the mountain, as if he was flying. He could not help but snored heavily and halted his steps, coldly looking at him. Yang Fan lifted the sleeves of his robe and jogged over to Wu Sanxi's side. He bowed and said, "This subject Yang Fan greets Your Highness. Your Highness, please forgive me for not going out to welcome you." Wu Sanxi laughed angrily and said coldly, I wouldn't dare. Yang Fan, you are truly capable. How could this prince dare to take offense at His Majesty's trust in you?" Yang Fan's face tightened. He said in a terrified voice, "This subject is the Emperor's subject, and also Your Highness's disciple. Your Highness's words have truly terrified me." Wu Sanxi was so angry that he began to laugh. He pointed his horsewhip at him and shouted angrily, "Yang Fan, you still dare to say that you are this prince's disciple? The Emperor ordered you to bring Luling back to the capital, but this prince was actually kept in the dark all this time. You really are my good disciple. You still dare to say such things to mock this prince." Yang Fan hurriedly said, "This subject does not dare. This subject is filled with difficulties. Your Highness, please step aside for a moment." Wu Sanxi forcefully lashed out with his horsewhip and strode towards a small pentagonal pavilion next to a stream. Yang Fan immediately tiptoed and followed behind him, looking like a treacherous subject. Wu Sanxi sat down on a stone bench in the pavilion. He coldly stared at Yang Fan and said, "What else do you have to say?" Yang Fan bowed and said, "This subject has nothing to say. I only wish to ask for forgiveness from Your Highness." Wu Sanxi sneered. He suddenly stood up and was about to walk out of the pavilion. Yang Fan immediately said, when His Majesty secretly summoned Yang Fan, he once issued a decree. If Luling survives, Yang Fan survives. If Luling dies, Yang Fan dies. Yang Fan's family, young and old, are all in the Emperor's hands. This subject dares to ask Your Highness, what do you think this subject should do? Wu Sansi abruptly stopped in his tracks. His leopard eyes coldly swept over Yang Fan. Yang Fan's expression was gloomy and his eyes were faintly glistening with tears. Wu Sansi couldn't help but become silent. These days, there weren't many single-minded death warriors like those of the pre-Qin era. Even if they were death warriors of that era, how many of them didn't entrust their wives and children with their lives in order to repay their masters? He treated Yang Fan well, but was it worth it for him to abandon his wife and children? Even those family warriors in his residence, if they knew they were going to die and still wanted to spare the lives of their family, would they be willing to work for him without hesitation? Yang Fan said, Your Highness's kindness to Yang Fan is as heavy as a mountain. Even if I have to repay it with my life, this subject will not refuse. However, this subject has lost everything at a young age. Now I only have my wife and children left. They are all in the hands of the imperial expert. This subject really has no choice. Moreover, although this subject is the leader of the people sent to bring the Prince of Luling back to the capital, the Emperor still trusts the internal guards the most. Ever since the Prince of Luling was brought out, this subject has only been in charge of the overall plan. The one guarding the Prince of Luling has always been the High Commandant of the internal guards. Your Highness also knows that the High Commandant's rank is even higher than mine. There are many things that I cannot decide. Yang Fan still didn't want to publicly break off relations with Wu Sansi. Even if the latter didn't trust him as much as before, as long as there was a shred of hesitation in his heart, it would still be beneficial to him. Thus, he spared no effort to draw a clear line between himself and Wu Sansi. As Yang Fan spoke, he even wiped the corners of his eyes. In the end, perhaps because he felt too wronged, he couldn't hold back his tears. For a moment, his face was covered in tear stains. Seeing his tears fall like rain, the hatred in Wu Sansi's heart lessened somewhat. Yang Fan thought to himself, damn, if I put too much of this mustard on, it's so spicy that I can't even open my eyes. Wu Sansi steadied himself, his face cloudy for a moment before he coldly said, Is the Prince of Luling on the mountain? Yes. No, not. The Prince of Luling coldly stared at him. Yang Fan lowered his head, doing his best to endure the spiciness of the mustard. His face was twisted, and in Wu Sansi's eyes, it looked like he was struggling inside. Seeing this, Wu Sansi increased his strength and softened his voice, saying, You've already escorted Luling to the capital. Although you haven't sent him to the Emperor yet, you've already done your duty. Under these circumstances, as long as this prince is willing to protect you, I believe that even if something happens to Luling, His Majesty won't do anything to you. Haha, what's more, this prince is openly going up the mountain today. I won't do anything to Luling in front of everyone, right? Right now, this prince only wants you to tell me the truth. Is Luling on the mountain or not? Yang Fan lowered his head and gradually got used to the mustard's irritation. Only then did he slowly raise his head. With a hesitant expression, he said, His Majesty kills people like mowing grass. Towards Prince, His Majesty naturally won't go to war, but towards this subject, can Prince really protect this subject's life and the safety of this subject's family? Wu Sansi boldly said, A gentleman keeps his word. Don't tell me you don't believe what this prince says? He raised 3 fingers and said sternly, With the yellow sky above and the thick earth below, I, Wu Sansi, hereby swear that if Yang Fan tells me the truth and this prince turns a blind eye to Yang Fan and his family, breaking my own promise, heaven and earth will curse me. Yang Fan hesitated for a long time before saying with difficulty, Prince of Luling is not on the mountain. Wu Sansi's people had already received Wei Yong's secret report, so Wu Sanxi naturally also knew. Wei Yong's secret report clearly stated that the one Yang Fan was escorting was the real Prince of Luling, which was the most reasonable. Would Yang Fan risk handing over the Prince of Luling, whose life and death were closely related to him, to someone else to escort him back to the capital? But now Yang Fan said that the Prince of Luling he was escorting was a fake. Although he knew that Yang Fan was trying to protect his family and was not loyal to the Li family, Wu Sanxi still hated and was furious. He squinted at Yang Fan and sneered, "Is this true?" Yang Fan nodded forcefully and said through clenched teeth, "Absolutely true." Wu Sanxi shouted sternly, "Look me in the eyes when you speak." Yang Fan shivered and his fleeting gaze met Wu Sanxi's. Wu Sanxi stared at him with a fierce gaze and said word by word, "Is the real Prince of Luling on the mountain or not?" Yang Fan only hesitated for a moment before saying in a deep voice, "Your Highness's kindness in grooming is something this subject does not dare to forget. This subject has entrusted the lives of my family and my entire family to your Highness. The Prince of Luling is really not on the mountain. The real Prince of Luling has already been secretly escorted back to the capital by 100 cavalrymen who faked his death. This subject does not know where they are or whether they have reached the capital." Wu Sanxi stared coldly at him for a long time before suddenly laughing 3 times. "Good. Follow this prince up the mountain." Yang Fan asked in surprise, "Why is your Highness going up the mountain?" Wu Sanxi's gaze turned cold. "Didn't you say that the Prince of Luling really isn't on the mountain? So what if this prince goes up the mountain? Why are you panicking?" Yang Fan hurriedly said, "This subject is not panicking. This subject only feels that." "Your Highness doesn't seem to believe this subject's words?" Wu Sanxi sneered. "I believe. Of course I believe. Only, although this prince isn't familiar with the Prince of Luling, we have met several times in the past. This prince is curious and wishes to go up the mountain to take a look. Is this not allowed?" "Yes." Then this subject will accompany your Highness up the mountain." Wu Sanxi took large strides in front, and Yang Fan followed closely behind as they ascended the mountain. The Liang Estate's guards followed behind them. Yang Fan couldn't help but glance back. Wu Sanxi, who had been paying attention to his movements, grew even more suspicious. He couldn't help but ridicule, "Don't worry, they are this prince's guards. They can't be assassins. But does this prince not need someone to protect him when he goes out?" Yang Fan hurriedly said, "How could this subject dare to suspect your Highness? This subject is only taking a casual look, a casual look." Wu Sanxi snorted coldly and sped up the mountain. Yang Fan rolled his eyes and followed closely behind, whispering, "Does your Highness have a spy among us?" Wu Sanxi was moved. He coldly snorted and said, "If this prince had a spy among you, would this prince have been fooled by you?" Yang Fan made an "oh" sound and muttered to himself, "In that case, he is Prince Wei's man." Wu Sanxi suddenly stopped and stared at Yang Fan. "What did you say? Who is Prince Wei's man?" Chapter 8:15. "It's like this," Yang Fan spoke word by word. Wu Sanxi slowed down his pace, listening to what he was saying. Monk Fa Zheng, who was in seclusion, stealthily circled around from the front of the mountain and watched from a high vantage point. He saw Yang Fan gesticulating as he walked, while the overbearing Liang Wangwang and Wu Sanxi listened with rapt attention. From the looks of it, it was as if Wu Sanxi had just arrived at Dragon's Gate and Yang Fan was acting as a guide, introducing to him the historical sites and legends of this place. Fa Zheng shook his head, put his palms together and said, "Amit Ba." With a wave of his sleeve, he returned to his seclusion. Yang Fan told Wu Sanxi in detail what happened on Yi County's mountain. Wu Sanxi gave him a deep look. He already knew about these things, but he didn't know that Huang Xuchang was faking his death, nor did he know that this was a scheme to deceive the traitor. He really thought that Huang Xuchang was Wu Qingxi's man. Wu Sanxi said coldly, "You've really exhausted all your schemes." With a bitter face, Yang Fan said, Your Highness, please understand. This idea was actually thought up by the inner guards. After coming up with it, they went to me and Commander Huang to discuss it. This subject wanted to protect the safety of my family, so I couldn't let anything happen to the Prince of Luling. Naturally, I agreed to this plan. Wu Sanxi suddenly interrupted him, saying, "Since Huang Xuchang is a fake traitor, then you just said that he was Prince Wei's man." "This he, who are you talking about?" Yang Fan said. "This subject is talking about Wei Yong." Wu Sanxi's heart thumped when he heard this, but his expression didn't change. He said, "Wei Yong? Who is he? What happened to him?" Yang Fan said, "Wei Yong is also one of the imperial bodyguards who went to Fangzhou to welcome the Prince of Luling. He believed that we were escorting the real Prince of Luling. Seeing that we were about to arrive at Luoyang, in a moment of desperation, he actually wanted to assassinate the Prince of Luling in the middle of the night. In the end, he failed and was killed by Miss Gao and Miss Lan, who were guarding the prince." Wu Sanxi's heart sank when he heard this. The reason why he insisted on going up the mountain was because he didn't believe Yang Fan's words. He also wanted to find Wei Yong and ask him about it. He believed that as long as he went up the mountain, Wei Yong would definitely find an opportunity to report to him. The benefits that he promised Wei Yong was something that Wei Yong couldn't obtain even if he worked hard for a lifetime. He wasn't afraid that Wei Yong wouldn't give up on him, but he didn't expect that Wei Yong was already dead. Wu Sanxi's pace was getting slower and slower. He thought to himself, was it a ruse on Yi County Hill? I really didn't know about this. Could it be that Yang Fan was telling the truth when he said that the Prince of Luling was a fake? He shot another glance at Yang Fan, but the Prince of Luling's words had been alternating between truth and falsehood, false and true, sometimes true and sometimes false, sometimes true and sometimes false, making it impossible for him to tell whether Yang Fan's words were true or false. Yang Fan said in a very relieved tone, "When we said that Huang Xuchang was King Wei's spy on Yi County Hill, it was just a casual remark. We never thought that Wei Yong was actually King Wei's spy. Fortunately, Wei Yong wasn't sure if King Wei had bribed anyone else." No, fortunately. Only now did Yang Fan seem to recall that this King Liang wanted nothing more than for the Prince of Luling to die. He awkwardly changed his words and pretended to be considerate as he said, "I didn't expect King Wei to have already bribed a spy among us. From this, it can be seen how meticulous he is. Such a person will definitely be a formidable opponent for Your Highness. Your Highness, you must be careful." Wu Sanxi snorted coldly, but he didn't expose the fact that Wei Yong was his spy. No matter how he thought about it, he still couldn't confirm whether Yang Fan was telling the truth or not. In the end, he could only stop and call out, "Men!" Zheng Yu immediately stepped forward and cupped his fist. Wu Sanxi turned to Yang Fan and asked, "How does that guard surnamed Huang look like?" Yang Fan gave a detailed description, and Wu Sanxi said to Zheng Yu, "Did you hear that? Immediately take the men back to the city and increase the security on land and water to prevent that person from sneaking in. That person should be accompanied by someone like the one Yang Fan described. But there might not necessarily be such a person accompanying him." Wu Sanxi didn't know whether he should believe Yang Fan's words or not, so he simply waved his hand and said in annoyance, "Don't worry about this person's appearance. Just go back and interrogate anyone suspicious." Zheng Yu was stunned. "That person, isn't he on the mountain?" Wu Sanxi rebuked, "Idiot! How do you know he didn't disguise himself and take a shortcut to go down the mountain? Remember, you must increase the security in Luoyang. It's one thing if he's on the mountain, but if he enters the city right under your nose, you can forget about your head." Zheng Yu's heart trembled. He hurriedly agreed and led his group down the mountain. Wu Sanxi sighed. He couldn't tell the truth from the lies of Yang Fan's words, so he could only place his focus on Dragon Gate. Actually, after learning of the Prince of Luling's appearance at Dragon Gate, he didn't remove the security in Luoyang. He just strengthened it a little more. Luoyang was the emperor's capital after all, so he couldn't seal the city even if he wanted to. Such a big city had an astronomical number of people entering and exiting every day. It was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to find a person among so many people. If he kept a close eye on Dragon Gate, as long as the Prince of Luling here was real, the chances of success were not small. If he blindly believed in Yang Fan's words and transferred the main forces to keep an eye on Luoyang, if this turned out to be another one of Yang Fan's schemes to lure the tiger away from the mountain, once the palace reacted and took the Prince of Luling away, the situation would be over. The more Wu Sansi thought about it, the heavier his thoughts became. He no longer had the imposing manner from before and just slowly climbed up the hot spring mountain step by step. When Wu Sansi reached the top of the mountain, he was slightly out of breath. With a gloomy expression, he asked, "Where is this fake Prince of Luling?" Yang Fan hurriedly led the way, saying, "Your Highness, please come this way. In the past, there used to be a residence on this mountain that belonged to the Prince of Luling, but now it's not owned. Any imperial prince or duke can stay there, but the Prince of Luling since this fake Prince of Luling has come up the mountain, it'll be arranged there." Yang Fan seemed to have said the wrong thing because it was a slip of the tongue, but Wu Sansi had the mentality of, when one loses one's axe, one suspects one's neighbor. Even normal words and actions were suspicious in his eyes, not to mention saying the wrong thing. Wu Sansi's suspicions of this fake Prince of Luling immediately increased. Yang Fan led the Prince of Luling to the side of a palace room and gently stopped, saying with shame, "Your Highness, please don't reveal in front of the inner guards and the 100 cavalry that I've said to your Highness cough cough, what did I say? In a while, if Yang Fan does anything disrespectful to your Highness, it's because I have no other choice. I hope your Highness can understand." Wu Sansi had just increased his suspicions of his words, but now that he heard him mention in a very natural manner not to let the inner guards and the 100 cavalry sense anything but not the Prince of Luling, he couldn't help but think, could it be that this Prince of Luling is fake? Otherwise, why would he only worry about the inner guards and the 100 cavalry, and not worry about exposing the secret to me in front of the Prince of Luling? Wu Sansi thought to himself, then said impatiently, "I know. Will this prince violate the oath I made to heaven and earth? Go and invite the Prince of Luling to meet him. Say that this prince went up the mountain to bathe in the hot springs, and was shocked to hear that the Prince of Luling had returned to the capital, so I came to pay my respects." Yang Fan replied, "Yes. Your Highness, please wait a moment." Yang Fan quickly stepped forward and explained to the 100 cavalry guards in front of the door. Meanwhile, Wu Sansi secretly shot a glance at Li Daong and the others, an ominous glint in his eyes. At this moment, another group of people arrived at the foot of the mountain. The neighing of horses could be heard clearly in the quiet valley. Wu Sansi frowned and asked, "Who is it?" Li Daong sent someone to the front of the mountain to take a look, and a moment later, he reported, "Your Highness, it seems like a husband from the Political Affairs Hall has arrived. Judging from the banner, it should be him. However, we still don't know which husband it is." Wu Sansi frowned. If these people were allowed to ascend the mountain, it would be difficult for them to commit a crime. Wu Sansi immediately rushed forward. When he saw that Yang Fan was still explaining something to the 100 cavalry, he glared at them and shouted, "How dare you? This prince wishes to meet the Prince of Luling. Do you dare to stop me? Hurry up and send the message in." The 100 cavalry didn't dare to openly contradict King Liang. When they saw Yang Fan secretly shoot them a glance, they immediately complied. The others continued to guard the door, and only Zhang Shidong dashed into the courtyard. Wu Sansi grew impatient. Just as he was about to barge in, Zhang Shidong ran back out and said while gasping for breath, "Your Highness, please. The Prince of Luling is already waiting for you in the hall." Wu Sansi was furious. The Prince of Luling is putting on airs. This prince has come to see him, yet he doesn't come out to welcome me? Zhang Shitong said, "Your Highness, the Prince of Luling has been in a hurry on his way back to the capital. His legs have been worn down by the saddle, so he can't even take a single step forward. As such, he can only wait respectfully in the hall." Wu Sanxi snorted coldly and began to walk in. Li Daong and the others were about to follow, but they were stopped by the 100 cavalry. Wu Sanxi's face darkened. "What? Even this prince's guards are not allowed to enter. Do you think this prince will harm the Prince of Luling?" Zhang Shitong replied in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, "Your Highness, these subjects are acting on His Majesty's decree. As long as the decree is not delivered, we must risk our lives to protect the Prince of Luling. If your Highness wishes to meet the Prince of Luling, we naturally do not dare to stop you. However, it would be improper for your guards to enter. There are naturally guards in the hall who can ensure your Highness's safety. I would like to ask your Highness's guards to remain outside." Wu Sanxi domineeringly said, "Other than entering the palace to see the Emperor, this prince has guards following me everywhere. No one has ever stopped this prince." Seeing this, Yang Fan hurriedly said, "Then I would like to ask your Highness's guards to surrender their weapons." As he said this, he repeatedly signaled Wu Sanxi with his eyes. Wu Sanxi proudly said, "Surrender their weapons. Are you telling them to protect this prince with their bare hands?" As he said this, he was about to force his way in. Those 100 cavalry were the Emperor's subordinates. Although they respected him as a prince, they only obeyed the Emperor's orders. As soon as they saw that he was about to force his way in, they immediately drew their weapons and the two sides entered a deadlock. Wu Sanxi sternly said, "You dare to attack this prince?" Zhang Shitong calmly said, "These subjects are only lowly guards. How could we dare to disrespect your Highness? It's just that as 100 cavalry, we must obey His Majesty's orders. If we have offended your Highness, please forgive us." Wu Sanxi was so angry that his entire body was trembling. Yang Fan hurriedly tried to mediate. "How about this? Your Highness will only bring 2 guards in. There's no need to surrender your weapons. If there are too many people in front and behind, this will indeed be somewhat inexcusable." Wu Sanxi was helpless, but he was also afraid that those people at the foot of the mountain would quickly ascend the mountain. With a cold snort, he waved his hand at his subordinates and strode into the courtyard. Chapter 8:16. Yao Chong hurriedly climbed up the mountain, followed by a group of imperial guards of the southern office. On the mountain, Wu Sanxi had already barged into the residence of the Prince of Luling. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw many spirited and energetic monks holding heavy black cudgels standing in the middle of the courtyard like stakes. Wu Sanxi thought of those imperial bodyguards who were beaten black and blue, and his face immediately darkened. But those monks just stood there with their eyes on their noses and their noses on their hearts, as if they were arhats cast in the courtyard. They did not even blink. They only obeyed the orders of their own abbot, and other people really disdained them. With a flick of his sleeve, Wu Sanxi rushed into the main hall. As soon as he saw the valiant and formidable-looking female guards armed with sharp blades, he couldn't help thinking, "This defense is really impenetrable. There are 100 horsemen outside, monks in the middle, and internal guards inside. Even if I really wanted to force my way in, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to succeed." Those female guards who were standing there like a beautiful screen had no intention of getting out of the way when they saw Wu Sanxi barging in. However, when they saw Yang Fan step forward and wave his hand, they moved to the left and right, opening a path for Wu Sanxi. Wu Sanxi focused his eyes and saw a man standing shakily in the middle of the hall, easily held by 2 female sumo wrestlers who looked like mountains of flesh. Next to these 2 female sumo wrestlers stood 3 other female sumo wrestlers, making a total of 8 mountains of flesh. At first glance, a suffocating feeling immediately assaulted one's senses. The man standing between them was actually not short, but compared to them, he looked like a fragile quail. Princess Taiping's 8 personal female guards were well known in the capital, so Wu Sanxi naturally recognized them. As soon as he saw them, Wu Sanxi's eyes narrowed and he thought to himself, why did Princess Taiping also send people here? Even if I use all my men to force my way in, I definitely won't be able to kill him. Right now, I can only find out if he's real or not before thinking of a way. Real or not? Taiping is Li Xian's sister, she can't possibly not know the truth, right? If she sent people, then this Li Xian in front of me, as Wu Sanxi thought to himself. He put on a surprised and happy expression and hurried toward the Prince of Luling. Ayaya! Qilong! You really came back. Third thinking was going to climb the Dragon Gate to bathe in the hot spring. Unexpectedly, he heard that Qilong had come back. Congratulations! Congratulations! As Wu Sanxi spoke, he walked forward, carefully sizing up Li Xian's appearance. Sure enough, he was 60 to 70% similar to the 7th son of the Li clan. It was just that Li Xian had been a young man in his 20s, elegant and handsome. His every movement had the air of royalty. As for the person in front of him, his temples were gray, his face was covered in wrinkles, his body was bloated, and his skin was pale. He stood there unsteadily. If not for someone supporting him, he would have collapsed to the ground. Wu Sanxi thought suspiciously, is this Li Xian really not Li Xian? Is there really such a so-called disguise technique in this world? Li Xian looked at him, a slightly humble expression on his face. He cupped his fists and said, Your Highness King Liang, it has been a long time. My legs are injured from the journey, and I am unable to welcome you. Please forgive me. Wu Sanxi laughed and said intimately, We're all family, so there's no need to be so polite. Qilong, you can just call me as you usually do. What King Liang or Your Highness? Isn't that a bit too distant? As he spoke, he intimately stepped forward to grab Li Xian's hand. His hand accurately grabbed onto a fleshy, fat hand. It was the hand of the female sumo wrestler on Li Xian's right who had voluntarily offered it to him, blocking his hand from reaching out. Wu Sanxi's face darkened. What are you doing? The female sumo didn't care about him at all. She replied indifferently, This servant has come under Princess Taiping's orders to protect His Highness, the Prince of Luling. Before the princess arrives, no one is allowed to take half a step near the Prince of Luling. Otherwise, if anything happens to the prince, this servant will not be able to explain it to the princess. Wu Sanxi said angrily, Do you know who I am? The female sumo said, This servant is Princess Taiping's servant. I only recognize my master. Everyone else, regardless of who they are, has nothing to do with this servant. Wu Sanxi was furious. Li Xian hurriedly said, Hey! This girl really is a bit too cautious. Is there a need to be so guarded against King Liang? However, this girl has good intentions, so I can't refuse. King Liang, please don't get angry over this. When that girl of mine arrives, I'll have her apologize to King Liang. Wu Sanxi's anger turned into a smile. Forget it, how could this king bicker over such things? Haha, Qilong, you can just call me by my name. There's no need to be so courteous. Li Xian sighed. He slowly swept his gaze over the furnishings in the hall and said sadly, Things remain the same, but people have changed. All that happened in the past, if I bring it up, it will only make me feel sad. There is no need to bring it up. Wu Sanxi thought to himself, Is this guy a fake? Or is he just trying to mislead me because he's wary of me? It's a pity that with those 8 meat screens around, it won't be easy for me to get close to Li Xian. Wu Sanxi laughed and said, Regardless, Qilong has finally returned to the capital. Qilong must have returned to the capital on Aunt's orders. Why don't you immediately enter the palace to see Aunt? Why don't Sanxi accompany you back to the city? Li Xian raised his eyes. A trace of grief and indignation suddenly flashed through his eyes, but it quickly turned into a look of hatred and helplessness. I have been separated from mother for 16 years. How could I not want to see her immediately? It's just that I have lived in Huangzhou for many years. These years, I have missed Mother day and night, causing my face to age and my expression to become haggard. Now, because I am in a hurry to return to the capital, I am in a hurry and injured my legs. If I were to enter the palace like this, I'm afraid that Mother will inevitably feel sad for her son. Mother is already old. No matter how unfilial Lucien is, how could he dare to make Mother sad? Thus, I want to rest here for a few days before returning to the city. Wu Sanxi saw the trace of grief and indignation inadvertently flash through Lucien's eyes. He somewhat believed that he was Lucien. Wu Sanxi's eyes darted around. Just as he was about to ask a few more questions, a clear and melodious voice of a girl suddenly rang out. "Father, look, my clothes are beautiful." The voice came to an abrupt stop, as if a string of ice beads had been smashed into a jade plate. The crisp sound was suddenly heard, as if someone had suddenly pressed down on it. Wu Sanxi turned around and saw a young girl running out of the side hall in a lively manner. Her cheeks were rosy like a blooming peach blossom, and her hair was dripping with water. She was carrying a pomegranate skirt embroidered with pleated white flowers. She looked like a happy little swallow. Just a single glance was enough to make one's eyes light up, as if a lantern had quietly exploded in the middle of the night. "This is..." Wu Sanxi stared at this young girl in confusion. The young girl had rushed in excitedly, but when she suddenly saw that there was someone in the hall, she couldn't help but shrink back. She moved closer to Lucien with the tip of her toes, looking at Wu Sanxi with a timid expression. Lucien coughed lightly and said, "This is my daughter, Guo. She was born on the way to Fang province. King Liang, you have yet to meet her. Guo, hurry up and pay your respects to King Liang." Guo took a small step forward timidly. She lifted her skirt and quickly curtsied towards Wu Sanxi. She said in a crisp voice, "Guo pays her respects to King Liang." After she finished curtsying, she quickly hid behind Lucien like a frightened little rabbit. Wu Sanxi's eyes suddenly lit up. This girl was not very old, and she had been born and raised deep in the mountains. She was no different from an ignorant village girl. An innocent and naive young girl like her would easily give herself away. If the Prince of Luling was fake, they would never have allowed her to show herself to me. Moreover, judging from her appearance, the way she ran out, and the expression on her face, it was clear that she was unaware of my arrival. If I want to know whether this Prince of Luling is real or fake, I'm afraid I'll have to rely on her. Wu Sanxi immediately laughed and said with a sincere smile, "Hee, your name is Guo, right? He's really a good child. He's so handsome, so fresh and lively. Just by comparing him to my maids, he's like a cloud compared to the others in my family. Guo, your entire family has returned to Luoyang with your father, right?" "No, my father only brought me back." Li Guo rolled up her clothes in an uneasy manner. Her little face was flushed, and she looked as if she could not bear to interact with strangers. Lucien urged, "Guo, hurry up and return to your room. Look at how you are running out before you've even finished dressing yourself. This is not the mountains. Remember your father's words, you must behave yourself in the future. You can't be so wild anymore. Hurry up and go back." Wait, there's no rush." Wu Sanxi hastily stretched out his hand to stop him. He said to Li Guo with a smile, "Qilong, I have something to say to you. We are all family, so why are you acting so distant? Unfortunately, I did not know that Guo would come with your father, so I did not bring a greeting gift. Look, this is really..." Wu Sanxi carelessly felt around his waist and took off a fine jade pendant. He handed it to Li Guo and said, "Here, take this jade pendant as a greeting gift. Hurry up and take it." Li Guo looked a little hesitant. She subconsciously turned around to look at Lucien. It was the same expression that many children would instinctively ask their parents for advice when they did not know what to do. Wu Sanxi saw her reaction and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. "Fake? Would this little girl ask for his permission to visit the fake Prince of Luling? Does the fake Prince of Luling have the ability to deceive even his own daughter? Yang Fan, don't blame me for being merciless if you continue to persist in going about things the wrong way. Wu Sansi said with a smile, hurry up and take it. There's no need to be polite. Our families are relatives, and we have always been close. You can ask your father if you don't believe me. Li Guo'er immediately turned around and looked at Li Xian with her large, watery eyes. A strange expression suddenly flitted across Li Xian's face. It was hard to tell whether it was anger or fear. He only waved his hand and said, since it is a gift from King Liang, just take it. Thank you, King Liang. Now, return to your room. Li Guo'er timidly accepted the jade pendant, bowed slightly to Wu Sansi, and said in a low voice, thank you, King Liang. After saying this, Li Guo'er ran towards the side hall. Just as she was about to reach the entrance, she seemed to recall her father's teachings. Now that you are a princess, you can't act like a wild girl in the wilderness. She couldn't help but stick out her tongue and sneak a glance behind her. Only then did she lighten her footsteps, twist her waist, and slowly walk away like a graceful young lady. Wu Sansi smiled sinisterly and turned his head around. His eyes were like a pair of knives as he glared fiercely at Yang Fan. Yang Fan's lips suddenly opened and closed, then he helplessly pursed them and slowly lowered his head, revealing a look of wanting to argue but unable to speak. But in his heart, he laughed and sighed. That seductress even made me fall into her trap. If you think she's a little village girl who doesn't know the ways of the world, then you deserve to be unlucky.